Good morning. Oh, microphone. Hello. Make sure everything's good. Okay. How's everybody doing this morning? I just got my coffee. Haven't even had my first sip. Are you ready? Yeah, that's good stuff. All right. Signed in, and I think we're ready. Whew. Scoot all this over. Okay. So I had an 11-hour stream yesterday. Yeah, very long stream. It just kept going because things kept happening. It was so exciting and crazy topics, which I truly enjoy. That is just like the funnest part of streaming. Well, it's one of the funnest parts of streaming. So now let's see, where am I? I'm on book 12, chapter 1. So I'm going to keep going from there. Oh, crazy hair. What do I have going on over here? Something. Anyway, forgive the hair. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. Let's see. Map. Okay, so the main room is there. Do I need to talk to anybody? After you have helped the people of Entwade travel to the entrance of Underharrow. The entrance of Underharrow. All right. Underharrow. There's the fallows. Oh. Let's see. Underharrow. Ooh. Man, it slides down so fast. Nope. All right, let's open it up and see if it gives me another hint. In Kingstead, south of Edoras. Bring the news to Harrowdale, to the people of Edoras. Okay. All right, so we just need to leave the cave. Oh, not that way. This way. It's going to take a minute to get my bearings. All right. So, closest is across and down. I know that's where all the orcs are. Oh, goodness. Let me grab my wrist brace. Handy dandy. All right, got it. Across and down. Yeah. See how many orcs I have to wind up killing. And good morning, everybody. I hope your day is going well, whether it's morning or afternoon or evening even, but I don't know of many places that it's evening yet. Oh, stable master, yes. So let's see.
Do you bring provisions?
Let's go to Forlaw. Okay. And where is this guy? So
Hail, traveler. Are you
Harwick,
here
is
to
that
help
what they
us?
said? Kingstead. Edoras. Seriously? Oh, he only has a few. Okay, so, Kingstead, south of Edoras. Kingstead. Edoras. That's in the Entwade. I wonder if that's it. South of Edoras. All right. Western Rohan. South of Edoras. So that would be pretty much. Helm's Deep, Broadback, Stonedines, Westfold, Entwash Vale. Okay.
Do you bring provisions?
I think I can get to there, and that will take me there. Still learning the map. I've gotten better, but there are a few places. Never been to this area before, so sometimes it challenges my brain at 5 o'clock in the morning and no caffeine.
What brings you to these lands?
Eworth. All right, let's go to Eworth. Or was it Thingels is the crossroads? Map. Drive me crazy. Western Wildemore. Oh, Wildemore is there. Okay. Wildemore is there. So that would be Forlaw.
What brings you to these lands?
Forlaw. Okay, now we know where we're going. I'm gonna have to, like, get a map of this place with all the, I know it's there, but I can't always find it. Do my geography. Let's see. East Rohan here. Okay, so Entwade. That was to the west, I believe. Wasn't Entwade to the west? Yeah. Or was it in the Sudcrofts? Entwade, there it is. So the closest one is Garsfield.
Hail, traveler. Are you here to help us?
Garsfield. Is that Garsfield? Yeah. So, good Lord. All right. One of my captains needs to come on and tell me how this map exactly works. Because I see it here. I see Garsfield. But do every one of these guys will take me there? Or what is that? All right, time to learn.
Do you bring provisions?
Riding out. Heading to the west. Sometimes it's so crazy. I think the map so far has been my slowest progress, probably. And I'm probably spending way more than I actually need to just to get where I'm going. And fail wash. And wash fail. It's probably faster to do it on the mount anyway. Oh, or as Sneakies would be telling me, on my war steed. Oh, after I kick his butt. Oh well. Where is the crossing? North here? Roads. It'll all seem so much easier after my first cup of coffee. Whoa, look at that. That is kind of cool looking. War steed, oh my god. How did I? Alright, let's just slow it down now. Before I have a heart attack. Okay. Now we're on flat land. Now you can bolt. So, Eoworth to Intwash Vale. We'll head here. Rich Rittermark. Ooh, gotta get that one. If it's Rich Rittermark, I gotta get it. The Woadfin. The Woadfin. Holy crud. That's a lot of animals. Hi. Good morning. Whoa. How are you doing? How are you both doing, actually? How are you all doing? How's your day going so far? Hi, Critically. I'm running around trying to figure out my map. It's difficult without coffee. I will tell you that. I do much better on coffee. On a full... Whoa, I see I haven't even been... Look, it's Stoke. haven't even been here yet. Am I continuing back? I gotta go back to Intervale. Whew. Once I get this down me, the map will make so much more sense, I promise. All the little mechanisms in my brain have to start working. Did I finish the story in the Shire? I believe I did. I spent a lot of time in the Shire. I actually left. I wasn't doing completionism there, and so there was some baking quests and things like that going back and forth that I actually left. But the actual story, yeah, I did it. Trying to do all of the book quests. And of course, while I was in the Shire, I had just started playing, so I did everything. I mean, everything. So that's one place whenever I am leveled up, this girl won't have to go back to a whole lot. I know there are a few more. Oh, look at me, just not even on my horse. There are a few more quests that I could do there, but not too many. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I actually, it's just odd, and I know a lot of people have heard me say this already, but it's odd that I've never played the game, but it always coincided with a release of another game or, a raiding guild that I was in or something like that. Because I actually, hi, Box. It's, yeah, Mail and Pie Quest. I think that is like when it started going back and forth between that stuff, I finally was like, can I just go? But yeah, when I was a little girl, my dad actually, this was my bedtime story, was Lord of the Rings. So I'm very familiar with the background, have been, I think I was somewhere around 8 years old whenever he read me the stories. And so, yeah, love it. It's shocking that I've never played it before, but I am really enjoying it. Yeah, the pie quest, that was exactly when I was like, dude, they're not such a big half an hour each once you know what to do.
Our
Yeah,
success depends upon our strength. Aid
yeah.
us.
But when you're new and you have no idea what you're supposed to be doing and you don't know, anything basically about the game, um, it gets, I don't know. I just figure it would be better if I go back and do it, or I might finish it up on one of my other girls after I get this girl to completion. But I wanna get one of my girls to completion, and then I can start going back and do more. To the end, and then I can go back and do more completionist type stuff. Although I have been doing quite a bit while I'm going. I must beg your pardon, stranger. I'm frustrated by the apparent inaction of Reeve Engelbert, but forsooth Theoden King is to blame. Has declared we are not to hunt orcs within our own borders, so the orcs hunt us. Oh, dude. All right. What? What? You weren't born omniscient. You you were born omniscient. Omniscient. Look. I've had like 2 sips of coffee. I'm not 100% sure. Not 100% sure I'm even saying that right now. Omniscient. Omniscient. That's it. All right, got it. We're good. 3 sips of coffee. And how were you born omniscient? Oh, by the game. I got you. Wow, I'm slow this morning. Woo!
Greetings, friend of the Rohirrim.
I got it. I remembered it after a minute. After my 3rd sip of coffee, little hit of caffeine jarred those memory cells right up. I was late on the coffee this morning.
I need help.
I did make it to the computer by 5 though, so I'm good with that. I'm happy about that.
I know don't know why my friends Sperlin and Brunston are fighting, but someone must stop them. I'm afraid they're going to injure more than their friendship. I'm not supposed to speak with strangers.
Brewstan and Sperling will surely harm each other if they continue fighting. Okay. Kids, what are you doing?
I am tired of the curfew.
Accused me of stealing the toy sword his father gave him, but I tell you I did not. I am no dishonorable dog that would steal from his friends. Sperling lent me the sword, and I returned it. I swear it. He only blames me because he does not want to blame himself for the loss of it. Brunstan is a liar and a thief. My father gave me a wooden practice sword before he went away to fight, and I let Brunstan play with it. Now it's gone. He swears that he returned it to me, but I swear he did not. He's a liar without honor. Oh dear.
I'm not afraid of you.
I do not know who to believe. I cannot believe that Brunstan would be so dishonorable, but I also did not believe that Sperling would accuse him without cause. Perhaps one of the other children saw something. Would you ask them? Yes. That quest is a nod to bad quest design in games.
Welcome and well met, my friend.
Oh, he's just rude.
Greetings, friend of the Royal. My friend's
I'm pretty sure I saw someone playing with Sperling's sword down in the southern part of the city, but it was not Brunstan. Oh. I see.
Welcome and well met, my friend.
He should be fed to the orcs. Holy crud. Sperling's dad gave him the sword before he went away.
My parents
I saw nothing. I, the child, sighs and looks distraught. I cannot tell a lie. I borrowed the sword from Brunstan and was playing in the burned yards to the south. When my mother called me to dinner, I forgot the toy and left it behind. When I went back, I could not find it again. Please do not tell Sperling and Brunstan. They are both bigger than me. So I have to go find the toy. Steed experience.
I am not supposed to speak with strangers.
Finish now. Oop, I gotta get my prize. Yes. Ooh, 1,000 marks. That's a good one today. Excellent. Okay. Now, where was I? People of Entwade, which I believe I have done. Lots of stuff here. City under siege. Where is my... Here and here. Always got to move my little... I'm always afraid I'm going to miss it. So, south of Edoras to Kingstead. There it is. So this is the goal, the Underharrow. The Entwade. Is there no horse here? Yes, there is. Let's head over there. I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to come back over here because that was an area I had not seen before. What the what? Dude. You know, gotta go around. Making the shortcuts. Ooh, need to back up a little too. left. But it'll be good if I have this stable master already. So let's do that.
Our mission is dire.
What say you? Do you have a bunch of places? Let's check it out. Eelworth is where I am. I need to go to ooh, there's a roving Entwash Vale. So that's north. To the Norcrofts. So basically just scooch out. It's a nod in the sense that it piles up events and incidences until they stop making sense and finally brings you back where you started. Lovely. Okay, well, I think I'm going to mosey over to my book quest. I can always pick those up in a bit. Get all those bad guys in there. Head to the road. No, I do not want it. Thank you very much. What is this? Ethingles and Eelworth. There's the road. A nod in the sense that, Ooh, I like that music. Ooh. Okay. Just checking that. Holy crud. So here we are at Garsfeld. I think we should be able to go through and down.
Your aid is welcome, friend.
Mm-hmm. Bring news to Elfrenin and Harrowdale. Riddermark. So, anyway, getting there here. Oh, I should have ridden. See, I always forget about my horse steed. Fine. I get to put him on this time. And it's a straight shot, so I should be able to make it without sliding all over the place. Maybe. What's this? Oh, nice. That's nice. My poor horse. I needed a bath anyway. Hopefully I can get up right here. Seems like with the current I should be going faster, does it not? Nope, not here. If you sum it up, it's two kids argue, one accusing the other of stealing his toy. Actually, a third borrowed it and lost it to a dog. You search for the dog only to find an orc killed it. You search for the orc only to find a wyvern. Oh my lord. You find the wyvern and get the toy back, then the kids are friends again. It's like an old lady who swallowed a fly. Okay, we should be able to get up here because I see grass. It was a long swim just to get up on the bank. Alright. On our way. Dude, more water, really? They don't notice the joke. Oop, wrong mount. Black arrow. Do I need to kill that guy? No, not yet. Alright, so we're moseying. Think we've crossed all the water now. Yep. Oh, that must be where I'm going, right there. That is a humongous building. Look at that little house out on the prairie. Alright, I think I'm going to run to Edoras first and get the mount, the stable. If it's convenient. There we go. Wow, this place is huge. And more of the horse statues. Oh, can't get in this way? Can get in this way. Yay! You punk! Alright, where's the stable? There's horses everywhere. Oh my god, Warsteed. Dismount. I'm carrying my bowl. Jeez, it's on the other side. Okay, so around. horses. No one wants to talk to me, that's for sure. Frantic farmer. Oh, I have been here before. I was thinking this was a different place. So I probably already have the stable. But it's better to check and make sure, because otherwise, what a pain in the butt it would be. Stable. Right here.
These are desperate times.
All right,
for
let's see.
Rohirrim.
Address. Kingstead Meadows. There's the Underharrow. Can I get there yet? No. What other places? So I've been to the Entwade, and that's it. All right. So that's easy enough to remember. Seriously? However, the circumstances could be better. Though Eomer has been freed already, word has not made its way to the Eastfold, where he is Reeve. The people, I'm sure, would be pleased to hear it, and news could bolster their spirits. Ride to the farm. Okay, I'm going to accept that one. But not before I head down. Address. Yeah, I should get the milestone, shouldn't I? Absolutely. Okay. Now, in case I need to jump back, it won't be any big deal. Is it on this side of the water? Yeah. Okay, so that makes sense why I couldn't find a closer stable mount, because I haven't been there yet. Oh, let's see. $12 I get to get my next perk. Sweet. A fisherman. Yep, that's gonna happen too. My fishing skill. I have a girl, my 20, my minstrel. She's gonna be my fisherman. Because she's the cook and it makes it so much easier. Wow. This place is huge. So this violin is done well. I liked that. A little interlude. Okay, so it's night right now. That explains the sky. So, lost the word. Omnious. That's the word I was looking for. Hello, dude. Apparently, I'm looking for you.
We have arrived. Now we must find Ellen Fremedon.
And hope that the tapestry of that Eowyn wove for us was an exaggeration. I must confess that her distaste for the woman strikes me as rather strange. By all accounts, Ellen Fremden has never spoken against the good of Rohan, and has been nothing but loyal to the kingdom and to her husband Dunhere. Indeed, she is a minstrel of no small skill herself. I heard her play the fiddle once at Ealworth several years ago, and she made it sing in a way I've never heard before nor since. Still, make no mistake, these are unwelcome tidings we bring. Even the most reasonable lady will not be pleased to hear the news that many scores of folk are seeking shelter in her hall. Okay. Stable master.
I am afraid of what is happening to these lands.
Oh, there she is, right here.
Your tidings are over late, bringer of ill news.
Ragged folks have been pouring into Underharrow, bringing hungry mouths and sad tales. I will not close my gates to them, for the word of Theoden King is law, and Dunhere, my husband, would be wroth were I to disobey the Lord of the Mark. I will do my duty, but Eowyn cannot expect me to be pleased about sheltering so many. You perhaps can provide some help to me in return for this hospitality. The blacksmith Ordwald is forging weapons and armor by his home to the south. Go to him, carry the heavy barrels of swords, armors, and spears back to me. All right. Look at the covered bridge. Hello, Ordwald. Here to pick up all your work. Okay. Let's go. The way she walks cracks me up. Halfway down. We're getting somewhere now.
Orwell's been busy at his forge.
What happened to the barrel I was holding? That seems strange. Oh, barrel of armor. Okay. Okay, now what? Spears. There they are. Last one. All right. You set down the barrel of spears.
I see the question in your eyes.
The Lady of Harrowdale's eyes are angry embers as she springs her trap. It has done no good. By gift of birth, Eowyn commands some little measure of respect, and I give it to her. But she has sent only trouble to Harrowdale. Do you see these swords and spears? Do you see this armor? She has sent me townsfolk and children, the aged and the infirm. She has sent no warriors. She has sent no one to wield the bright blade or brandish the sharp spear. These folk will die just as easily here as Edoras. There is no purpose to this migration. If my husband falls and those who ride with the king are defeated, there is no safety in all of Rohan. This is the cause of my reproach. Eowyn plays at war, as she always has, but there are women in Rohan who truly know what is at stake, and I am one of these. So just
Enough words. I've spoken plainly and I've nothing more to say.
sheesh. My goodness. All right, talk to Horn at the entrance.
I did not think to find Ellen Fremedon so cold. We should aid her if we can.
No one save for the forces of Saruman are to blame for the unenviable situation in which we find ourselves, but I understand her frustration. We should aid her if we can. Let us defeat orcs and wargs in Harrowdale. Okay. So, orc sigils, warg teeth. Alright. Will do. And there's a caravan. Might as well kill it just because it's here. I shouldn't enjoy so much stunning enemies when they use healing skills. That's not nice. I enjoy stunning enemies. I do. Because it leaves them defenseless. And then their healers can't heal them. I just can't imagine enjoying red line more than I enjoy yellow line, quite honestly. I mean, I'm sure I would like it. I'm sure I would. But I like yellow line so much. Oh, here's a org. Not the deer. horse. Oh, is that a work? Yes. Call your buddies. I don't care. We're still going down. Okay, gotta get the scar. And since I'm here, I need more wargs. Upborn. Nice. There's a milestone, but no stable. All along here, there should be wargs. I don't need the craven yet. Craven. Yeah. Gonna have to kill them anyway, because they're in my way. There's a larger spread across the river as well. So, maybe I should do that. Where is that covered? I go across the covered bridge. I don't know if you guys have seen covered bridges like in real life. It's like so pretty. Looks like paintings. Like this. I've only seen one or two in my life, but they were so pretty. All right, where are the wargs? Sheesh. Maybe I should pop back over to Intwade. Aetheris. Yeah, over to the right. It looks like there's a few there, like more there. But I need to go over here as well to look for danger. Let's see if we find it. My horse is drunk. Right here. Where's the danger? I don't see any danger. berserker. There we go. Finally, stuff to fight. Here's a joke. Hi, thank you for the follow. How are you doing, Psyched? I need more stuff to kill. I'm doing good. I've finally got about half of my coffee down, so I'm doing much better now. My brain is only on half function until I get a full cup of coffee in me. And in summertime, that means iced coffee for me. Dunburg, no. Let's see, where else? To north of town as well. So we'll run through. Find some more orcs. Unless they respawn here on the way back. Look over there. I don't see any respawns. The falls are pretty though. Oop, lag? Horse stopped mid-trot. Oh, well, I'll tell you this. I have really enjoyed it. I've just been playing for a little while now, a little over a month, and I've gotten to 86. So I will tell you this much. Things that I thought when I first started playing it and things that I have found out now. One, community is amazing. But beyond that, people say, well, I had heard that the leveling was quite slow. But I don't find that it's been that bad. It's kind of like, to me, just the right mix. I mean, you don't want to fly through anything and miss the story because the story is so rich and intense. But at the same time, you also don't want to get bogged down so much in an area that you get bored. And it's been a really good mix so far. And 86 in 1 month, or it's like we're going on a month and 2 weeks now. So I don't find that slow. I think it's pretty good. Of course, I play every single day, and I've had a great community that has been helping me out whenever the map has been probably the hardest thing for me to figure out, because one, which is a good reason, one, the areas are so huge. All of Middle Earth is portrayed on the maps, and it's just huge. All the towns in the middle and everything else. So it takes a while to figure out the maps and how to get from one place to another. But having the milestones, which is basically like a hearth or a return stone or whatever you want to call it, is tremendous help. But I would be happy to answer anything that I can. And if I can't, we seriously, we have an amazing community of people with years and years of information. And it's a great game. Are you familiar with the books? The map, yeah. You'll have to check it out. It's huge. It really is. But I've not read them. Well, okay, so basically, Lord of the Rings was my bedtime story when I was a little girl from my dad. So I've been very familiar. So it's been really fun for me. I don't know. Um, it's really up to you. Have you at least like seen the movies? If you've seen the movies, then that will help tremendously too, because you'll still be familiar with the areas and what's going on and stuff like that. Yeah. So if you've seen the movies, that's a great deal too. So we need to run over to here and Wade. And I will tell you, there is like a little bit of like, you'll see me, what they call rubber banding. There's a lot of work going on in the background. This is my understanding, and now it may not be 100% correct, but from what I understand, the developers and everyone are working in the background. So a lot of the lag that you're seeing right now will pay off in the end. So there is a little bit of lag. So do be prepared for that. But it hasn't been too bad because anytime that I've had lag, so do the NPCs. And that is what makes it a big difference for me. That's why it doesn't bother me so much, because only once have I come back from a lag spike and have died or be, down in health because of a lag spike. And that is because I actually got booted out of the game. That was yesterday. But other than that, anytime I've had any kind of lag spike, so have the NPCs. So it's not horrible because I didn't die because of it. It's just like a little pause. Whew, having a little bit of lag right now. We're crossing back over to the Entwade to try and finish these two quests. The quest Danger Along the Aldberg is kind of spread out here. Oop, I can't jump over that? Really? Really? Okay, they don't want me damaging the wheat field here. Interesting. Oh gosh. How hard is it to get the mounts, and do I need a certain level? Well, it depends on if you're VIP or not. If you're VIP, you can get it at 20. I would have to check. I believe it's, 40 without the VIP? Wow, I still can't cross over. But if you have the VIP, even if you don't, you get a quest. They give you a 24-hour mount, and then after the 24-hour mount, you will get a mail, in-game mail, telling you like where to go to get your mount and that kind of stuff. And it's at least when I started, my home was in the Shire, and let's see, it is right here somewhere, not in the North Downs. It's just north of Breland. There it is, in Henstacer Farm. That's where you get your mount. So it gives you directions and everything else. So apparently I am not going to be able to cross this wall. Oh, it's a homestead right here. Okay, so that's something else. Homesteads, you can have a home. That's why I'm not able to cross across, because there's a homestead in the middle of it. Oh, dude. All right. No, not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Hang on a second. Idris. Let's see if I can take the mount. I'm not VIP, just downloaded the game yesterday and made my account, so very new. Yeah, well, I played for, I think 2 weeks without the VIP, but once I realized how much, and you can play it without, absolutely. Um, but once I realized how much I was going to play it, I went ahead and got it because for me, it was worth it. Being able to sell things like, so this is your, did I throw my VIP bag over? Okay. Or do I need to go get another one? Let's see. It looks like I need to go get another one. So, case in point. Every 2 weeks, you have to get a new VIP bag and potion. So, that is something to remember. But the good part about that is when you do the Brie, and I'm sure there are other ones everywhere, but the one I'm most familiar with is the one in Brie. When you do your Brie quests, you can get a milestone or a return stone for Brie just for being friends with Brie. And then I need to run over here and get my VIP, and so you can see what you do. I believe she's at this fountain. One of the two. Yeah. Okay, so then you go to Winda,
Will you give
get
me
the
a moment of
VIP
your time,
quest,
friend?
and then turn it
How
in.
can I be of service?
And unfortunately, I still don't have enough. Yeah. Oh, lovely. I didn't know that one. So I need 2
Greetings,
spaces.
friend.
So I drink this one, and this one goes here. Now I can sell all my junk. This is probably one of the biggest reasons for me to get the VIP, because I am such, oh, look at all the stuff I got yesterday. Huh. I am such a hoarder of things. There's so many things to get, so many things to do. 186, let's see. Vitality will. But this helps a lot because otherwise my bags would always be full. And then I have to send them. Hey, Captain, how you doing? Good morning. Oop. You didn't? What are you doing? Why haven't you slept? Everything's bound to me. Bound, bound. Oh, bind on equip. Oh, that's Vitality and Fate. She needs that one. Just not? Oh, okay. Well, that works too. Nope, not that one. Windows and personal traceries do not. These items do not go into a carry-all or barter wallet. All right, so I'll have to send these and then send these back when I'm sorting my stuff. These days, for some reason, I skip every other. Really? Interesting. Bind on equip. Alright. So that helps get all of that stuff out. Then I need to open these. And this is the other thing that's great about the VIP service. I'm not trying to sell it here, I'm just showing you what it does because it's handy for me. So I take all my crafting stuff and I usually just put it in here because otherwise I would be filled up constantly with so much stuff. I also put some of my more common legendary weapon stuff in here. It's like a bank, yeah. It's like a mobile bank. So this is the vault. Well, it's mobile if you have VIP, let's put it that way. Otherwise, you just have to find a place to go to the vault. Just like a bank, basically. Bound to Celestia, bound to Celestia, bound. Okay, I think we're good there. So that gives me lots more room. And you saw I was completely full. And at least this way, I'm not full anymore. I'm trying to see the lower level ones that I can get rid of. Let's see. Because now my bank is starting to get a little full. Because I need to do some, I honestly need to, ooh, look at that one. Okay, the Kalinard I can get rid of. Oh, I don't want to get rid of that. See, I got to send them to my other girl. That's what I need to do. Anyway, that's good for now. That VIP item has a vendor, the bank, and the shared bank, and the auction hall. Yeah. And that's what I was showing him. The vendor right here is Wenda. Anywho. That is that. But without this little guy here, I have a hard time. So you also have a wardrobe where you can put things in. And then they stay there and you can remove them from your inventory, which is nice. Stuff like that. Character slots, are they something you have to buy or does it upgrade on its own? There you go. Captain's got your answer right there. You get a bunch with the VIP. Alright, let's head back over to Idris. Sure, anytime. Like I said, the community here is fantastic, honestly. Everyone is really great. And as far as knowledge, absolutely a wealth of knowledge is here. All right. Oh my goodness. Excuse me. So sorry about that. I hope it didn't hurt anybody's ears. I have two. Yeah. Yeah. So I need to run over to see if I can just jump over to
I do
Intoade.
not know if we will survive
Yes.
this onslaught.
Excellent. Your free content goes all the way to 95. Yeah. So it's definitely doable. It's, you know. Right. I'm not even there yet. I'm 86 still. So I could still be playing free content right now. Now, I need 2. Word from Edoras. Is south. Okay. Mm-hmm. To play a hunter, so that's what I'm trying out. Oh, hunters are wow. Hunter's portability is amazing, honestly. Inside or outside? Let's see. It's probably inside, so I'll run check that. Hi, Vela. Thank you so much for the follow. How are you doing today? Hi. What are you doing on Lotro today? I tell you, what I tell new guys is play basically their archetype since we all have one. Yeah, that is good advice too. I'm doing great. I'm 3/4 of the way through my first coffee, so brain is starting to work. You know how that goes. All right. Oh no, not another one. I am in trouble. There you go. Aggro everything in the area and then chat and make sure that you're not paying attention. That's a great way to survive. Okay, so I think we finished that. Yeah, like I am used to playing mage type healer, one of the two, caster healer. So that is why I chose the Runekeeper, because she is a little bit of both, and I really like that. I like a little bit of both. I like being able to do DPS. I like to be able to do backup heals. That's my play style. So the Runekeeper really fits for me. So if you are a hunter, if that's, the type of style that you normally play, then a hunter will work well. The hunter also has amazing portability, and that kind of stuff. So that's some nice boosts, some boons, I should say, actually. And
I do not
actually, I'll
know
just
if
swift
we will
travel.
survive this onslaught.
But yeah, Captain is absolutely right. Play what you like. Paladins for years, so many Captain. I might have to try. Yeah. There you go. You'd probably like that. But the best one to give you advice on that would be Captain. Come on. So here's a little bit of lag. You can see things happen, but I look at it like this. If there's lag right now, that means that they're working on the game. That's the way I try to keep my, you know, it. That's why it doesn't bother me. is not the DPS in a group, but he's the buff guy and he can be the tank. Let's see if we get booted. It's been a little bit. Didn't they make Bjorning for free players? I believe so. Yeah, I believe there's only one that's not right now. And that's a brawler, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong there. Somebody might need to correct me. Only the brawler. Yeah, there you go. I think Bjorning is the most new player friendly of all the classes. Could be. Oh, yep, we got booted. Okay, so we'll relog in real quick. Had a feeling once you hit about a minute or getting close to a minute, the boot is bound to happen. So give me 1 second while I log back in. And the first time I always do it, Steam says, it's still running. The hunter ports are nice, but Bjorning gets a 62% movement when not in combat. And that's basically amount. Absolutely. Yeah, that's true too. Things to keep in mind when you're making your next character. Basically, what I did whenever I decided on my character is I went to the wiki and to other sites and decided what was my play style, what the pros were, what the cons were, that kind of stuff, and then matched that to my race and went from there. And honey cakes? But with the Viking berserker vibe. All right, we're back in. We got to Peterus. So apparently we traveled even though we didn't witness it. Now the next part is the path. Oh goodness. All right, look for danger along the road. Talk to Horn at Dark Door. Looks like I'm gonna have to move that again. Dark Door. So we're going south. How long this place is. Now that I see, I think actually we'd be better off just going outside and running around. There's one thing about getting your bearings when you go to a new place. looks like you could, but you can't. That's all right. There are, there's one main mount. I mean, they look different, but they ride the same. And then there's a war steed, which you get later on. It's not that much faster. It is faster. And let's see, I think there are ways that you can also speed your mount, but I have not done any of that yet. Isn't there a way to speed your mount, Captain? Or somebody? I thought I remember that when I was starting. But all the beginning, like, mounts go the... Oh, right. So when you're in Mordor, you have to have the goat, right? Buying the Journeyman Riding Pack. That's like 2,000 points. Right. 3,000. Okay. But it's account-wide and forever. Yeah. So they do discounts at different times of the year and stuff like that. Gives the mount right off the intro. Oh, if you buy the package, you get the mount right away? I wasn't aware of that. Interesting. Although when you're little, I don't know. I guess a mount would be nice, but you're in a confined space when you're starting. Matter of preference, I would think. Yeah, there's a collection page. Oh Lord, what is that? Control R? No. Trying to remember. Anyway, there's a collection page where you can get all the mounts and all of the puppies and kittens, all the pets, all the everything. And it's all in that one area. Yeah, what Captain said there. Shift C. Shift C. There you go. So this is a list of the pets. Okay. Lots of pets. Lots of mounts. So I have 2 on this girl right now. I think 2? Yeah, 2 on this girl. The Thorin's goat and the sorrel horse. And then the emotes. And then, oh, well, that's just the stable mount. Stable masters. Yeah, so there is a lot. That's a whole nother, once you're done, I don't know, it doesn't necessarily have to be in game, but that is definitely something you could do at in game, just grinding for all of that. Yes, absolutely. Completionist stuff. Look at that. Check that out. The little things. There's another one and another one. Um, for info, a FR completionist recently finished the content in book. It took him 8 months. Oh, look, a little. That was a face. Oh, if you're a grinder, you will most likely like it. If you like the lore, if you like the background stuff, and you're a grinder, it's probably a good fit. I think this is the kind of stuff that makes it for me, that the little details, these kinds of things. Yeah. Again, what Captain said. Oh, look, every time there's one defaced, the little face is on the ground. Little face, huge face. Dunharrow. Milestone. We're going to go ahead and move our milestone. I'm sure there's a mount here. Yeah? Well, I'm not sure of it, but let's see. We'll look around real quick before we go down and meet him. No, I don't see one. Although there is Eowyn. Dunharrow, kind of meaningful place. Yeah. Look at all the camps. Ooh, getting low. A roving warg. Looks like a war party for an upcoming war. Those people are actually displaced. They're the wives and children of the riders who are going to war. Oh, it's getting dark. Refugees, that's the word I was looking for. Thank you, Captain.
That is the Dark Door, and beyond are the
My
paths
heart
where
is
the
heavy
dead
with
are
dread.
said to walk.
You must know the story of Isildur and the men of the mountain, and better even than I, for you have journeyed with the Dundian. Aragorn is the first of that line I have met, and then only briefly. He strikes me as a most unusual man. We were not long in Edoras together, but I did mark him to be skilled with words. Perhaps in time of peace he could delight the ear with tales of his people, and may yet before all is done. I would ask for a different tale than that which concerns Isildur and the Oathbreakers, perhaps something with joy in it. For now, let us move away from the dark door. I am glad to have seen it, but I will be gladder still to leave it behind us. Okay. Ooh. So, head back. Bring them to Ellen Framden. And she is in Underharrow. The way is shut, his voice said again. It was made by those who are dead, and the dead keep it until the time comes. This way is shut. Yeah. It, I believe that was the mountain referenced in the movie as well. I know you haven't done the books, but they do go over that in the movie too. The 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 mountain filled with the ghosts. Okay, I need to still keep going north a little bit. Path of the Dead. The Oath Breakers, right? It's filled with the Oath Breakers. And back down. The Zigzag Mountain. Look at all the stuff. I would take my war steed, but I would be sliding all over the place. I would probably fall to my death, and I'd have to pout again. Okay. Exactly. Smelling the roses is important for immersion. Yeah, true. So right here she is. There.
What are these? What have you brought me? Are these teeth?
Her expression changes from disgust to admiration as you recount your battles against the orgs and wargs in Harrowdale. I did not ask you to do this, and I offered no reward, and yet still you campaigned against the creatures on my behalf. I do not know what to say. After my husband Dunhere rode to fight alongside his king, I believed no one would give a thought to the troubles of Harrowdale, and yet you did. Thank you. I hope you did not take offense earlier. I spoke from a place of despair, but you have given me reason to hope. If there are more runekeepers like you in this land, perhaps Harrowdale will yet be made safe for the folk of Aedoris, and if the battle for Rohan ends not in victory. Oh. Okay, now talk to Horn. Horn, horn, horn.
We have delivered the message. It is now time to move on to the next stage of our duty.
Are you surprised by the Lady of Harrowdale's transformation? You should not be. There is no more certain way to attain the friendship of a ruler than by helping ease the problems of the ruled. We are, all of us, on the same side now. Only Saruman gains to profit if we squabble amongst ourselves. We have delivered the message, and we have somewhat eased its sting. It is time to move on to the next stage of our duty. Nice. I know, right? My lips did not quite wrap around that one. That's a different game altogether.
Aomer wished for us to travel to the home he left behind.
Eomer wished us to travel home. Okay. That was his home, Aldberg in the East Fold. It was once the seat of power in Rohan before the king took up residence in Edoras. Now it is the home of Eomer, and it is natural for his mind to dwell on its well-being. Good motive, but short of reach. All right. I just saw Saruman and Theoden playing Fate of Rohan with a Scrabble game. Nice. Absolutely. That's not a word. You just made that up. All right, so now I need to go to the Eastfold, right? Travel to the entrance of Aldberg in the Eastfold. Yes. So probably back to Edoras. Bid 5 and 1. Absolutely. That's hilarious. Double word score. Oh, okay. I'm going to try my war steed for speed. Mosey. Woo! Woo! What the what is going on with my war steed? Try a dash. Bids 5 is one of Lotro's most enduring. Oh, really? Okay, let's see. Just keep following this side. That's funny. Oh yeah, the horsey drifts. This one does. This is the war steed. So it has a boost, and you'll see everything blur. But the war steed, why I don't take it up mountains, even though it is faster, it will fly butt before head. The wet soap, yes, or the ice ride. But you can fight on it, so there is that. Oh, I need to go this way. Dude. Holy crud. Good morning. Thank you for the follow, Mark. How are you doing today? Black ice of Middle Earth, yeah. On your war steed, you have to anticipate, yeah. Like a real horse or a motorbike. I would go more like a motorbike even. Because a real horse isn't going to go off the cliff. He's going to say, hey, nee, nee, nee. overturned supply wagon lies next to the road and sees assess the damage done. Oh, no, slow down. And town entrances are challenged to not break your face on the door's edge. Indeed. Ooh. Oh, you punks. Alright, I am having a little bit of lag here. Dismount, come on. Before I get my booty handed to me. Oh my, oh my. That's what happens. If you don't anticipate turns of a bike, you visit ditches, trees, walls, and trucks. Absolutely. Yep, knocked me straight out of my pajamas, I think. Was not prepared, and I couldn't get off my mount, apparently. That's okay. We're ready this time. We know something's gonna... See, it's lagging already in use. Lagging a little bit there, so... I have to pre-anticipate those dudes popping up. Yep, there they are. Oh, they're 88. I see. It's okay, now that we know. Okay. Oh, there's lots of them now. Lovely. Dude. Right now I hate these guys. Oh, wow. Let me see. Oh, yeah. I clicked at least twice. So that was like, I did the one set and then I clicked again. Well, the thing is, there was a little bit of lag going on, so I wasn't sure. And then it said already in use. So yeah, several popped up. And that's why I got my butt handed to me. I know now. Click once. There we go. Okay. Oh no, it just, there's 2 sets this time. Dude. Oh, once ever. So they keep coming. Oh, thank you, Captain. Okay. That's gotcha. I keep clicking on it like, send me more. They are hitting me so hard. Like you say, knocked me out of my pajamas. What is up? I obviously need to work on some vitality here. Yeah, they hit me like for half my life. Holy crud. Oh, he's still there. What is up with the lag? Phew. And more? I don't want more. Go away. Yeah, it could be time to upgrade the gear. Oh, come on. Let's see. Oh, I'm 86. Actually, I could do it now. You're absolutely right. Yep. Woohoo! Why is just Bagsy doing it? Hmm. So I could upgrade, yes. Mm-hmm. Let's see what I have. 70, nope. I need to grab my vault. And grab my enhancement runes. Oh, I only have one. Oh, here's enhancement runes. Oh, 31, sorry. So this will take them, oh goodness, 115. This will take them to 95. So I think I should bring this guy up. See, these are healing, though. I need this guy. Single target. I could upgrade that. Ceaseless argument. Yeah. That should be up. Oh gosh, let me use the other ones first. 95. Yes. Sustaining bolt, yes. My shocking words. Mm-hmm. Okay. At least that's something. Okay, so travel to the entrance of Eldberg in the East Fold. That should help. And then next I need to work on my gear. But see, my vitality is still under 10,000. Yeah. Absolutely. And I didn't realize I had, well, I mean, I saw myself level up, I know, but did not exactly realize it was 86. And I know on 1 and 6, I need to update. All right, now, once ever. All right. Here they come. Whew. Yeah, I would say that definitely helped. I don't have more life, but I definitely have more DPS. Images and yeah. Well, before I changed my gear, I actually had a couple. I think I was just over 12,000. But ooh, who do I need to talk to? There he is. There's Horn. But when I upgraded my gear the
We have
last
arrived
time,
at
I
Aeonia's
lost some
home
of
of
that
Alfred.
for more
It was-
will,
Well,
for the crit ratings and whatnot. Look at the buildings southwest of Aldburg. Southwest corner, Mead Hall. Okay. Oop. And get the stable master.
I do not know if we will survive this onslaught.
We must turn to the offensive.
He should never have been held captive in the first place, but I will not speak of the ill of Theoden King. I was recently following a party of White Hand orcs, but you are certain these were not the same. My cousin Ilmer and I have had many encounters with Saruman's orcs, and I feel they may attack us here in Aldburg. We will be watchful, but you should go speak with Arsil. He is a stout warrior, but as a reeve, well, my cousin, he surely is not. Okay. It's tempting
There
to
is
get the
work to be
starter
done
bundle
here.
for $10 because it has the rider's. Yeah. I can understand. And is this the meat hall? No, that's the armory. Ooh, I'm gonna have to walk. There's so many leaves. Oh, there's still so many leaves. It's a very tree place. Yeah, the lotro points you'll want to keep track of as well. That's a whole nother aspect. Both, yeah. And leveling your alts will help you with lotro points and things like that, which I have not really done myself, only to 20. But the deeds and all the other stuff. Oh, by the way, Lotro Wiki is your friend. It is a huge asset.
There is no shortage of things that need doing in the Eastfold.
Should not be taken lightly, but with our depleted numbers, we must bolster our defenses. Finish
There
now.
are so many things that need to be done.
While you are exploring, talk to some of the inhabitants and gain some knowledge about the history of our great home. Very vulnerable. Most of our men have gone west for good reason. As you speak with others, feel free to assist those who may need it. Okay. Absolutely. Kill 60 more, 10 points. Yeah. Yeah. This building is in poor repair and seems near falling down. I think we're gonna have to
has
help.
seen better days, friend.
All right, you guys, bear with me for 1 second. I'm not even gonna put it on and be right back. I'm just gonna go refill my coffee And I will be back in 1 second. Okay. Hi, Creation Vibes. How you doing? Good to see you again. I am just finishing making my coffee. Second one. Oh my God, is that actually my hair? Oh, that's someone. That's the chick. I thought that was my hair poking straight up. It's the girl. Yeah. Gotta have my caffeine. Mm. All right. Ready. I know, right? Isn't that? It's hilarious. Is it this side, right here. Poke. She's poking my brains. All right, let's see. We need to talk to Arcel inside the mead hall. There's the auction hall. To the right. All right. There he is. Oop. Forgot to put my little wrist wrap back on. Can always tell. Wrist wraps are good. All right. The history of Aldburg.
You stand by, while minions of Orphan spread their influence.
In the meantime, I agree with him. You should acquaint yourself with Aldburg. On the surface, it may not look like a city of a king, but it is in truth a city rich with history. Cool. Oh, and a quest.
You stand in silence.
The White Hand uses very strong steel for its weapons. Could you collect some of their weapons that might be able to smelt enough good steel? Yeah, I can do that. No problem. Ooh, lots of places. Okay. Explore the Aldeburgh Training Hall. Talk to Arsil. Arsil should be right here. Oh, it's Jude. So he's not a Thane, but I see.
Do you bring word from
we can start
Edders?
walking now.
Is Aemma preparing to return?
Is riding to war with the king. He will not return to Eastfold until the battle is done. His face falls. Those are poor tidings. I have done my best to keep the city for him, but the people do not listen to my commands, and I fear that I have been a poor steward in his absence. Why, just today I sent a group of craftsmen to repair the outside walls, but they have not returned, and I have heard rumors they drink and feast instead of doing their work. If you can inspire them to work, feel free to make the attempt. You will find them outside the walls, southeast of the town. Oh, I'll inspire them, all right. Boot in the butt. I came here to check up for him. We're going to make sure people are doing their work. Huh. Okay. Sounds good. Here, I'll give you the lurk sign. There's my little lurk girl. There she is. All right. Who are we going to boot? Let's see. All over to the right, I believe. Let's see. Teothic. Are you one of the guys? Hmm? Oh no, okay, not him. Already in use. Come on, tell me. Little lag, waiting for him to talk to me. There we go.
What brings you to these lands?
When our men went west, they took most of the arms with them. What remains inside, however, are weapons that span the history of Riddenmark. My sole purpose here is to ensure that our enemies do not gain access to what remains. Thank you for speaking with me. I do not entertain many visitors these days. From here, you should see the stable located to the northwest. Okay. Yep. I thought it was where, Eomer moved here after the king moved away. Right? Excellent. Okay.
Our success
Makes sense.
depends upon our
Okay.
strength. Will you aid us?
You've encountered Felljaw. Interesting. I didn't realize it was the capital, though. Well, I guess it would be if the king lived there, right? the missing sword. Ah. The camp of craftsmen are still sent to repair. Right. Oh, I see. Flourish worker.
Look at this one, boys.
All right, I'll work. Better work. Boot in the butt, that's the way it works.
You think you can end my merriment?
Dude's sleeping on the bench over here. They're dancing. Alright, I've got lots of circles. I should be able to do some more, but I guess I need to talk to Arsil first. An electric boot, yeah. You know it. That would really get them moving, wouldn't it? Zap, zap. Move it like a cow prod.
You succeeded. I'm surprised.
I managed to get the craftsman back to work. Perhaps there is hope for the restoration of Aldberg. Oh, I would say there is. 209.
Go out into the Everhold to look for this missing wagon.
Good morning, Sky Manic. Thank you for the follow. How are you doing this morning? Or afternoon, whichever the case may be for you. Hello, Lotro Stream. Thank you so much for the raid. How is everyone doing? Nice. Thank you so much. Gotta give love. There we go. Well, good to see you and good to see all of you. Welcome. So how was your stream today? How did it go? What were y'all working on? There's my guy. The history of Aldberg.
Will you aid the horse lords?
I'm running around doing some book quests here.
Will you aid the Rohirrim?
Did you say that you found a caravan that was attacked by arcs recently? I would wager. That is why my missing crate of supplies never arrived. It is important that those supplies be delivered. Would you retrieve it for me? I would be very grateful. Absolutely. With my stout axe runekeeper. Oh, nice. Nice. This is my yellow line. Oh, that's the skirmish hall. I am really enjoying my yellow line runekeeper. I'm going to try others later. I also have a blue as my number 2. But right now, I just love stunning stuff. It's like so good. The CCs are great. I'm really liking it. Explored the quartermaster's house. Okay.
What brings you to these
History.
lands? The Rohirrim have need of your
Ooh.
services.
Run out of slots. Okay, so that means, yeah, can't. I don't know. I guess I can't cancel that one. Captive friend. I finished that one. I would like to turn it in. I'll have to repick that one up. Just have to redo that one if I want to. The Norcrofts, that's too close. The Misty Mountains. Yeah, I will cancel that one. I'm still seeing Saruman play Scrabble. Right? I know. It takes a while for the caffeine to work its way through my brain. I can't help it. The Troll Shaws. Oh, I should get rid of that one. That's a repeatable. Okay, I think we're good now.
The Rohirrim will need
Except. Man, it's funny. I do love Scrabble too. I've played that all the time. Anyway, I'm on my second coffee, so we should be doing much better. So I say. We need to go to... Yeah. Oh, well, send it to me, yeah. Let's see. So we have missing delivery up north. And then we have, okay, so here's the chapter for stuff to the south. We'll run over there and do that. Okay, absolutely. Squawking of a nearby crow catches your attention. This is my little, if you don't have it, this is my little lark. I love my little girls. What is this? Talking crow. Okay, let's check out the crow. What's he got to say? Black much. Come on. A talking crow. Get away from us. We only talk to one man, and you are not him. Go away. Meddling child. How did you know it was me? I've been fooling that old man for weeks now. Please don't tell anyone. I will be in terrible trouble. I will stop pestering Bertrand. I promise. Kids. You know? You're not going to tell anyone? I promise not to do it ever again. I will be good. I swear it. Okay, now I can't wait to see it. Oop, come on, let's walk. Why do I still have a ring around the talking crow? Interesting. What's going on? No reason. Okay. All right. So I need to go talk to Arcel? Yes, I do. Let's head over to see Arcel. Oh my gosh. Hello, Cell. Make up your mind. There we go. Parcel is right up here. Yeah, there are some spots. The music, the music's great, pretty great in most places, but there are some spots where the music just really hits target, I would say. Come on. Oh, caffeine. The history, yes, finish. Okay, so what can we get? Padded helm, 250 will.
There's no shortage of things
Talk
that
to
need doing in the East Folk.
Teal thick. Teal thick. Okay. So I told you I was going to put the boneless bananas in my title today. And I did. I know Kendrell's not here yet, but I didn't want to forget to mention that. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I can actually put this one up. Yes. There he is. Teal thick. Tail thick. Tail thick.
Our mission is dire.
I did not think him concerned with Alberg. Lately, his attention seemed to have been elsewhere, but it is reassuring to know that I may have been mistaken. We won't be able to offer much resistance if the training hall were to be attacked. If you could build a barricade, it would prove invaluable for our defense. All right. Barricade. On its way. Talk to Tail.
Our mission is dire.
Did you like that? That was good, huh? You should go to the stable. I believe I heard Wilflad moaning about needing extra hands there. Okay. To the stable. That's not the stable. It's a lot of horses, though. It's got to be close by, yeah? Left for Dead is right outside the edge here. Holy crud. Way over there. Okay, so we'll run around and do these just to the outside. I know we're going to have to help everybody anyway. So, might as well. Your turn to freeze. Yeah, it's you know, I hate to say anything because you know how that goes. As soon as you say it. There's Wilflad.
What business have you with the Rohirrim?
I never thought I would get any assistance here, but with the garrison off to war, I should be pleased for the aid. If you wish to help, I need the beams on the stable repaired. All right. Beams on the stable. You ready? Oh, that was so fast. I didn't even have time.
What business have you with the Rohirrim?
He may be a bit mad, but the quartermaster could also use your help. All right. He's a bit mad. Bit mad can be fun, yeah? If it's just a bit. Boop. Jumping over walls. It works, right? You're scaring it into thinking that, you're going to use the other one. I know it works for the computer as well. Press that Control-Alt-Delete, go to the Taskmaster. Next thing you know, it's working. Say a couple of why I oughtas. Bertrand.
Aid the horse lords.
Thane Arcel sent you to help. Well, I will not turn down your aid, that's for certain. What was that noise? Did you hear it? A mouse or an orc? I'm not sure which, but it is trouble to be sure. That fence has been broken for as long as I can recall. It would be wonderful if it were mended. We might trap a rat with it, or an orc. Right? A rat or an orc, right? Fence, there we go. Watch this fence. A magic.
What business have you with the Rohirrim?
You must thank Arcel for the new dishes? The new dishes. Oh yeah, he's a bit mad. Alright, go back and talk to Arcel. Oh wow. Hole in the roof. For sure. Potta's place looks run down. Ooh. All right, what say you, Arcel? Restoring the glory.
There are so many things that need to be done.
We're about to have dinner. Will you join us?
There are so many things that need to be done.
Since Eothain and I are in disagreement on the issue of the orcs, I will afford him the opportunity to speak aside, and I would like for you to be there to help us decide what to do. Let's go.
Thane Arcel and Eothane have gathered in the mead hall of Oldberg
to state their cases and weigh the options that will afford the most benefit to Aldberg.
Talk to Arsel. I was just talking to Arsel. Oh, Eothane's up there as well.
What brings you to these lands?
We are about to decide how we should proceed with our newfound orc problem. Since you have encountered both of these orc tribes, I wanted you present for this conversation. On the issue of the orcs, and we were hoping that you could mediate and help us best decide. First, cousin of Eomer. I appreciate you allowing me this time. Nice. Courtesies. But I do respect your opinions when it comes to matters of strategy. Very well. I've seen the treachery and destruction of the White Hand is capable of. We are vulnerable here in Aldberg, and if we do not defeat them soon, their number may grow beyond our reckoning. I agree. However, this group might very well be all that remains of a larger group posing a very little threat. The other orc tribe troubles me because we know nothing about them. Their number may be great enough to overpower us all. I am not suggesting that we simply ignore them, but we should focus upon the White Hand. I have seen firsthand what they are capable of. If you value Aldberg and its inhabitants, you will do the right thing. How dare you question my dedication to Aldberg and its people? The reason we are discussing this at all is due to my dedication. I want to do the right thing for our grand city and protection of the people at the same time. I can see we are not going to agree upon a course of action. You are right, we are not going to. I believe that I have had enough of this bitter food. I believe dinner is over. Haven't even eaten yet.
What business have you with the road you're in?
I'm afraid that nothing was settled. We each presented our cases, but both of these groups pose a potentially great threat. We need to see that they are both dealt with swiftly. All right. Arsel. I will see to it that Aldberg is once again restored to its former glory.
There is no shortage of things that need doing in the East.
My Steve leveled up.
There are so many
Dire
things that need to
threat.
be done.
Once in future
There is no
Kingslayer.
shortage of things
All
that
right,
need
now
doing
we
in
need to
the
run
East.
over to the book and see what goes on there. It is orange, but I think we should be able to do it. Woo! All right. Set as quest guide. Nice loot. Yeah. That was sweet. Adorned chest. What? What? I don't think I can get this. Yeah, I don't have the craft tool. But what is this for? One of 6. Can you? I mean, and the bacon. Yes, please. Whew. What is that thing? Eastfold Lathe Bear. just assumed you were screaming about the ham. I would be. Yeah, it was definitely fitting. Let's see if I can handle this bear. There we go. I just totally saw you going, do you imagine the ham? I can't. And the thick bacon. Not just bacon, but the thick bacon. Sword Hound. Ready to advance. Push down. Sweet. Okay. Where is my dude here? Come on. We cannot turn that off. We need that. So in the mountains here. So we have lots of stuff to do around here. That's kind of cool. Always like that. What? Absolutely. Okay, all here is what? What do we have here? Forging ahead. White hand swords. Okay. Ooh, broke a foot. Broke a leg. Ooh. Ooh. Worktown. Let's get some weapons. 89. Oh dear. That's 42. I don't know. We're going to try it. Hopefully we don't have laggy. Alright, we'll be okay. Yeah. Ooh, he hits pretty hard though. I need morale. I need debuff. I need armor. Alright, now we're good. We need 4 swords. We need 2 swords. One more. Let's get this guy. Oh, he's a regular guy. We should be fine with him. Hi. Thank you so much for the follow, Arabany. How are you doing today? Alright, so we got the swords. Now we need to head back. Let's see, back up and around. Where was our entrance? Oh. I don't know if we can get back up this way. Nope. That's what I was wondering. Okay, so we got up, but can we get back down? I mean, we got down, but can we get back up? Yay, we made it. And Kevin, thank you so much. I don't know why I didn't see that one. Thank you for the follow. We're glad to have you here. I hope you guys are doing good today. And that you are finding everything in Lotro. We have something right here. We have to find the wagon. Oh, it's going wonderful. How was yours? Doing really good. We're getting our quest done. Oop, look at that. I think that was a little flower I need to pick up. Gotta kill this dude. Okay, pick up the lost sword. Found the missing sword. Excellent. What do we have over here? Look at the mushrooms. Looks like I should be able to pick them. Man, that guy is beefy. Come on. Alright, here is something else right here. A sword or something. Should be right in this area. Where is it? We're like right on it. Look up? No? Let's see. I'll go out in a radius around the mark. So right behind me. Right here. And this is Warband Felljaw. So I'm looking for Felljaw. Where is he? I wonder if I have to kill a certain amount of them before he comes out. Probably. That is often how it is, right? Felljaw. Where are you? Can you imagine the ham? Do not see Felljaw. Let's see, maybe it tells me. Felljaw and his minions have been terrorizing the inhabitants of Eastfold and must be dealt with. That's all it says. Oh, that's the warband. Dude, I do not want the warband. No wonder. back on track. Find the crate of missing supplies. Supplies! Alright, let's go around. We'll play. There we go. I am ill prepared for a warband just yet. As you saw previously. That's legit. The crate of supplies. Warbands come all kinds of difficulty from solo to raid. Oh, really? Well, the two that I have tried, they had like a group of 6, and basically, my butt, here you go, handed it to me.
Will you aid the Rohirrim? The Rohirrim have need of your services.
Quick, the crops. Oh, when you get the bestow pop-up, it shows which difficulty it is. Okay. Well, I'll have to check that out then. Because I assumed they were all able to, like, hand me a new one. He's got a swarm of bees around him. Or else he's really, really stinky. It was way easier when it came out? Really? Huh. That is interesting. Oh, wow.
Will you aid the horse lords?
I think the guys I need to kill are dead. Ooh, he's perfectly there. Okay, he wasn't too bad. I thought he was going to be real rough. One more. There we go. Finish. Yes. All right. Now, continuing on. More. That's interesting. I believe we're going after the missing delivery up here. The lake bears are huge, but I think the boars actually hit harder. Oh, this again? So what's gonna happen? Find the crate of supplies. Supplies! Somebody coming out? No. Yes? Okay. Excellent. Didn't want to be unprepared though. Shortcuts. Hi. How are you doing, Pew Pew? How is your day going? And good to see you again. Look, second coffee. I'm doing great now. Found the trail of the rumored. Oop. All right. Second coffee. Well, truly, yes, second breakfast.
We keep safe these lands. For how long?
Forging ahead is done. Now, let's see. Did I have another one? Yes, Left for Dead. Talk to Wilflad. Teothic. Okay, so Teothic is over here. I remember.
What brings you to these lands?
Finish. So exciting. Hmm. Make way. Pretty good. Getting stuff done. Getting quests finished, getting book finished, leveling. It's all going pretty well. I like to stand on the table when I go in here. You know.
There are so many things that need to be done.
Thank you. 260 will. So it's not better, but goodness, look at that armor.
There are so many things that need to be done.
Okay. Yeah, we're getting there now. Okay, let's see. So we need to drop off the missing delivery on the way out. There's Wilflad. Here you go.
What brings you to these lands?
Finish. You're welcome. And so we're done with everything inside the camp here. So let's. Wish we could. Can we leave? No, we can't leave this way. Can we look this way? No, it's just more of the same. But we can do that. That's awesome. Okay.
Aid the Rohirrim.
Are you that Celestia I've been hearing about? Gandalf Greyhorn. Ham wishes to speak with you. I believe he said he would be stopping over briefly in Edoras. Perhaps you will find him there if you ride hard. I believe he was hoping you would help the folks of Eastfold. Interesting. Interesting. Here. To the Eastfold. Wow. Okay, let's see. What I can do is this. I can stick with Idris and waypoint here. Gandalf. I know, when Gandalf calls, it's like, you gotta go. You just gotta. Where's the milestone here? Oh, it's up by the stables. Doofus. Oh, there it is. Okay. So I will replace Dunharrow. Yes. And then I will pop on over. Look, they look the same. And see Gandalf. Because me like you seeing Gandalf. Oh, there he is. The Eastfold has need of you. Does it? Scouting the enemy. Dude, really? That was all he had to say. Okay. Well, I was doing things for the Eastfold, silly goose. I mean, thank you, Gandalf.
These are desperate times for the Rohirrim.
So where is the closest to my little things here? Aldburg. We're gone. Gandalf has spoken. You are right. Absolutely. Thank you, Gandalf. You're so helpful. All right, now back to the quests here. Find the wagon. Let's see. Continue the trail. We'll do that one. Find the wagon of craftsmen in the Everhold. band fell to. Okay, so you said it pops up and ooh. So it says fellowship. So if it says solo, then it's doable. Is that how it works? I just figured they were all capable of kicking my butt. That's a tall mountain. You can pull off solo 6-mans. Obviously you weren't watching yesterday. Like I said, here's my butt. There you go. Because they totally handled it. It was 6 dudes, and they were all beefcake. They were huge. Hi. Thanks so much for the follow. Jackalets? Did I say that right? I hope so. Alright, let's see. Find the wagon. Let's see the horse. Right here somewhere. Absolutely. This looks like the wagon. Follow the tracks south to the cave and complete instance the missing. Okay. Will do. Yeah. It was crazy. I tried. You know, I will try. Shrieking Squirt Hound. Interesting. But it was unpleasant. Follow the tracks. Okay, so where are the tracks? Follow the tracks south. I'm following. So far I've seen no tracks. To the cave. Impressed with your success motivating the workers in Outbug. I want you to find another group that has gone missing. I'm afraid this group is not so lucky. Oh, here's the cave. Yay!
We have tracked the orcs to the cave of Berg Chapel.
Oh, it's
But
Horn.
will
Hello,
we
Horn.
find the captive
Where's
craftsman in
Nona?
time?
Look, dead orcs. Lovely. I love what you've done with the place. Were slain by their own kind or by some unknown friend? Let's find out, shall we? Can you hear that? I can. Can you hear that? I hear orcs approaching, not from ahead, from behind. I will stay here to delay their approach, but you should press on into the cave to see what has become of the missing craftsman. Perhaps one of them has escaped, and we have him to thank for the dead orcs we have seen already, but even so, they are all likely still in danger. Go and go quickly. Will do. I hear a horn. It's Horn. This chamber contains more dead orcs, but no signs of the missing craftsman. There's lots of supplies, though. Supplies! Yes, I have to say that almost every time. It's in my head. It must come out. You hear raised voices from further ahead, but cannot make out any of the words. Oh, here they are. Captured. They're captured. Hi, Gray. Thank you so much for the follow. How are you doing today? Oh, it's Nona. Oh, Horn is going to be so happy. I will tell you the story of how Corridan and I came to be here, but not just now. Let the tale wait until we are in the sunlight again. We have slain many orcs to free these people, but the woods crawl with more of their kind. We should not tarry here. Is Horn here with you? See, I knew she'd be asking for him. It's good to see you again. We thought to find you in Edoras, but on the way we found an overturned wagon and signs of a struggle and thought to look for these folk. I am glad we did, for today we saved some lives. These orcs were ferocious. It is unfortunate that most of the creatures were away when Nona and I entered the cave. Alright, we need to go find Horn because he's fighting the orcs. Let's go! Wait for Horn. There's Horn. Nona, Horn! Orcs. Ooh, more. Hi. Hi, guys. Here's a little bit stun. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Those are very kind words. Ooh, here's more. Ooh, better throw a heal. That's how it works. Oh, here's the leader. Okay. Are we saving one? Completed. All right. At last, I believe that was the end of them. Now let us return to town and see what Nona and Corridan have to share. Nona, Horn, orcs. We would have rescued. Is somebody speaking? Rescued those people without incident, but I'm glad you appeared when you did in any event. Nona and I crossed the Entwash at the narrow south of the guarded crossing. I thought it was the wisest course, and did not want to put Hunbald in an unfortunate position regarding his orders. Nona would have put him in an unfortunate position as well, under the ground. I thought it might be best to avoid the Entwade altogether. That is what brought us to the Everholt, where I heard the orcs attack in the woods. We followed them into that cave, and that is where you entered the tale. It's good to see you again. Nona?
It is good to see you again. It was a happy meeting.
Corridan and I made the journey to Forlaw with my recovered friends from Wildemore. Some families in Forlaw have opened their doors to them until my friends can find places of their own. We then rode to the river, and it was here that pride gave way to good sense. Rather than upset the guard at the crossing, Corridan suggested we find another place to cross the river. It was not difficult. We planned to travel to the king's seat, there to seek you and Horn, but before we left the forest we heard the cries of the orcs and diverted our course to follow them. You know the rest. And Horn is just going to say, "No, no!"
Tell Arso what we have accomplished. Then we should return to Adoras.
We're about back together again. After we report to Arso, we should return to Adoras. Sure, mark for the mark. Okay. All caught up. Oh yeah, it's helpful for sure. All right, let's see. So we go talk to Arso. Willand and Torwolf left the hall, and they spoke at length of your actions on their behalf. They and I cannot thank you enough. Thank you and your friends enough. Oh, gotta choose a ring. Nice. I love rings. Will? Yeah, that looks like the one. 213, that's pretty good. You know it's going to be the one with Will.
Return now to Edders.
Okay, cannot thank you enough. You have aided Aldburg and its people in ways I was unable to do myself, but I should not be surprised at your ability. After all, Eomer did send you to assist me. Eomer possesses wisdom far beyond his years, and he uses it not just on the field of battle, but in times of peace as well. There have been fewer of those in recent memory, alas. You return now to Edoras. Go with my good wishes, and may you help the folk there as you help the people of Augsburg. Except... Alright. Now, I got a thing. Uh-huh. Open that up. Didn't I see? Yes, I did. There it is. Okay, sell some stuff. Yes. Right? Did you see that? I tend to stand on the table. For some reason, I can't see. Look, baby back ribs, all the French bread you could eat. I have no idea what that is. The one in the center probably looks the least appetizing. Big jug of red wine. That's got to be a turkey or some other humongous beast. And then that looks like sweet potatoes. Pretty nice. Oh, and little sardines or some kind of fish. Yeah, I like sardines. The man knew how to lay it out, even if he didn't think he was a good steward. All right, so now we are, it looks like Talk to Horn by the Barrows. Outside. True, absolutely, very true. The man knew how to have people able to lay it out. The trumpets. Here we go. Talk to Horn. Well, yeah. I mean, they're Thanes, which is like a mini king. I don't know how else to describe it. Demi king. Ooh, white hand. All right, we gotta kill these guys because white hand. Wooden chest. Can we get it? Yeah. Ooh. He's 88. I wonder if I can get him by himself. And who's his little buddy? His little buddy is just a regular guy. I should probably get him first. Or this one. Get this one first instead. Oh, hello. There we go. Got him. All right, now back on track. All right, let's see. If we are going... Something hitting me? Yes. Hello. Spurt Hound. If we are going outside the bounds of Edoras. Oh, we're going to Edoras. Okay. This would be the most sensible way to go. Alright, so right outside the gates should be my dude. Yes, there he is. Or known as dude.
Speak with me when you are ready.
This time in the company of both Corydon and Nona. Are you ready to walk through the streets and speak once more with Eowyn? Let me know if you are prepared. Allies of Wormtongue could be anywhere, and we must remain alert. I'm ready.
Let us remain alert. Allies of Wormtongue could be anywhere.
You know, I like the idea of being a completionist, but I am never
We
fooling
have returned to
with
Edoras and
Tightbolt
should
ever
see how
again.
Eowyn fares with her duties.
This way, we will find the Lady Eowyn and see how her efforts have progressed while we saw to the will of her brother in Alberg. All right. I like her skirt. Come on, catch up. Come on. Greetings, children. How fares the city? Why would we tell you anything? Why should we tell you anything? Rude child. Because of dumb like her. Nona's hands are clenched and her eyes are ablaze. Step aside, Celestia. I will not listen to these children speak ill of my people. Make sure Nona does not hurt anyone. I mean, they seem pretty brave for children who believe that she wants to kill them. They were allies of those who killed my brothers, servants of Saruman. Have you nothing now to say? Apparently not. Naughty children. Can you teach us how to fight? Nona's gonna be busy with the kids while we go talk to Eowyn. Talk to Corridor. Okay. You should go ahead, my friend, and find Eowyn outside Meduseld. It may take us some time to get there. Okay. Eowyn is on the steps outside of Medusold. Okay, where is Medusold? There it is. Yeah, nope, that's not it. Oh, there it is. Sheesh. Can I mount? Yes! Yay! At least I can mount here. That's nice. They're gonna play with the kids. I'm gonna go take care of business. Whatever. Eowyn. She listens to your report and of your visits to Under Harrow and Aldeburgh, but you can tell from her guarded expression that something troubles her. I fear we did not root out all of Grimma's allies when you were last here. When last you were in Eldorus. I believe someone interferes with my efforts to empty the city. Someone cut holes in the sacks of grain we set by and damaged the wheels of one of the wagons. I did not think needed guarding. Ceolflad saw a suspicious figure flee the city to the north. Speak to her and see if she can provide you with a description of this man. If we do not know his appearance, we will not be able to prevent him from doing more damage should he return. Find her outside her home to the northeast. Will do, pumpkin britches. On our way. There it is. Alright. I will help you with anything I can. If it will help the Lady Eowyn catch this man, ask me what you will, and I will tell you what I remember of the man I saw. What did you see? Okay. Interesting. So a regular kind of looking dude. What was he wearing? Yellow or brown leather with a strap over one shoulder. That is not what this looks like. I saw the glint of sun on a chain in the early morning light. Okay, that changes. I'm fairly certain, now that I think of it, he may have worn a red brooch around his neck. The setting was gold, a very polished bronze, but the gem in the middle glowed red in the light of dawn. Okay. Was his hair distinctive? I cannot really remember the style in which he wore his hair, but its color was light in the dawn. I put in mind that it could have been an amber hue, but cannot say for certain. His hair was rather shaggy, but he was crouched by the wagon, and it might have fallen free from a binding with the effort he exerted. Interesting. Very good. We may need confirmation, but we need confirmation and may now be able to obtain it. Another citizen of Edoras is claiming to have seen this man. Follow the road to the north and speak to Elfberg. If her description matches that of Cleophad, we should be able to trust the memory of this man. Okay. With the red thing and a one strap. Alright, got it. There's Elfberg. What did you see? So the sacks were split. Spread side. Okay. Okay, same thing here. Starts out like this. Then what? What was he wearing? I think he wore black leather over chainmail, but the mail was mostly covered. I caught only a few flashes of silver. It was very dark. Okay, that's different. Are you certain? Perhaps not. It was dark. So that was first. It was dark in the lane. Okay. Are you certain? Thank you. Was his hair distinctive? The hair was long and blonde, his appearance very much that of a man of Rohan. Okay. Interesting. Did he have a beard? Did he? Did he have a blonde one? Yes. Did I not mention it? Was he holding anything? He had an axe in his hand, and what he must have used to tear open the sacks of grain, the villain, most likely. Okay. Do you remember anything else? There was one more thing. He wore a brooch at his neck, fastened with a clasp. I saw the gemstone and its cinders glinting as it ran. It put me in mind of a blood-red eye. So that is what we have in common. The brooch. A red gemstone, the shape of an eye, is not a common adornment among my people. This is how we will find this treacherous snake. Okay. Got it.
A picture begins to form.
Vague, shrouded terms in order to keep the identities of his allies a secret, but we have found some few of them already. Hebecca, Leofing, and Forthair have been defeated or imprisoned for their part in Grima's schemes. But it seems there was a fourth conspirator. It seems he used several names. Among them, Ednoth and Goding. There may have been more that we know not. But now we have a common thread. Our mysterious foe seems overly fond of a blood-red brooch. And it is by this jewelry you will know him. We cannot risk his return. Only by tracking the secret enemy can we ensure he does not return to cause deadlier mischief.
Our mysterious foe seems to have fled Edoras to the north.
From Stoke, she has been an inspiration to me since I was very young. Her strength is second to none. Bring news. Okay. Will do. So... So we have Book 6, Chapter 12. Guide focus north of Edoras in the Broad Acres. Okay. On the mount. Through the net. And where are Nona and Horn? Are they still teaching the children? Ooh, boom. I only have one question. Where was Gondor when the Westfold fell? Oop, horse. Oh, that looks like a horse lord right there. Oh, nice. Oh, I need to be on my horse. Thank you. Middle mead. I think message of warning is make sure I stay on track with volume 3, book 1. Right? Absolutely. And I got it, Captain. I'm going to check it out in a bit. I'm curious about what today's topic is. You do. Indeed, I'm sure. Well, let's go. What you got? You can fix it all amid all of this. That's excellent news. Like, why didn't... Oh, yeah. Well, and then there's that. Yeah, well... They can't be responsible for everything, right? Covered bridge. Look at that. I freaking love the covered bridges. Okay, so we made it to Stoke. Hi, Sneakies! Good to see ya! Welcome back. Oh, here's
Very
Rick.
magnificent services.
Stoke's entirely assistance. You should speak at once with Frithild, our reeve. No doubt she will welcome you as a friend. Okay. How are you doing today? I was talking about you earlier. Don't ask me what I said because I don't remember. Oh, yeah. I remember now. I was like, as Sneakies would be telling me, why am I not on my war steed? Because I was traveling a long distance.
I am afraid of what is happening to these lands.
Okay, up and around. Do-si-do. I think Mordor had more flying war beasts than the rest of the world, and that coupled with their anti-air weapons would have probably killed the Eats. And anti-air weapons, yeah. And then where would we be? In a bowl of hurt, that's where we would be.
Maintain the peace and do no harm to my people or their lands, and you will be welcome. There is work to be
Collect
done
wooden
here.
planks. I am plankful. Let's go. Okay, so I need securing stoke and through the net. Eagles were impartial and could only assist in a pinch. Yeah, that was actually what I was thinking. They honestly, it's like the horn or the ent. They're not concerned with such trivial things. Quite right. Also, the Eagles were impartial, could only assist in a pinch, but not lead the free peoples of Middle Earth to victory overall. Because that would make them not impartial. That would make them partial. Oh, come on. Wood planks. There you are. The wooden wood chimes in the background. That's what I hear. Wood planks. More. Wood planks. There's more. Hop over the stone fence. Oh my gosh, the leaves in my face. Like Tom Bombadil. Yeah. He puts on the ring and doesn't even disappear. He's unfazed by its power and could have just walked it there himself, but he doesn't, for the same reason as the Eagles. He was too busy singing. Rehearsing. He had a thing.
You say you look for someone. I've seen scores come
You
through
admit
this
to
gate today.
Wigbald that if you do not have a good idea of your praise, appearance, that makes it more difficult to find someone, no doubt. There was one fellow I thought seemed worthy of suspicion, now that you mention it. He kept asking about the Norcrofts, so it could be that he has left this village entirely and is heading east. You tell Wigbald that you may search around Stoke for any other clues just to be certain, and he shrugs. You are welcome to do as you like, of course. It is your time you'd be wasting. The only suspicious fellow I've seen was asking about the Norcrofts. Or does he just want me to leave? Let's look. Oh, he looks like the blonde dude, except for he doesn't have the thing. Interesting. Yeah, the leather, the dark blonde and the blonde beard. He just doesn't have the brooch. More wooden plank. Broken banner? What? Oh my. With something with great force. Interesting. What have we here? Disturbed earth. Roaches are 9 to law, right? This mound of earth indicates a scuffle of some sort took place here. What is this? A bloodied footprint? A booted footprint. Was it a scuffle? Wood planks. Come on. All right, we have all our wood planks, so that's good. Scattered leaves. Was he hiding under a pile of leaves? What is that? Barricade. Barricade. Did the scattered leaves not get... Oh, there's an abandoned helmet. Okay. But it might have only been the wind. Oh, I just didn't see that the last time. Okay. So we'll run over here. An abandoned helmet. Now, who would abandon their helmet? Talk to the child.
Are you looking for the man who dropped that helmet?
I saw him come back for it, but when he saw me, he ran. I followed him for a while, but he kept running west of town. I think he might have been looking for the orcs. I could tell he was troubled. Did I do the right thing? If I see him again, I'll tell you, or read Frithhild. You had better tell her who I am, so she'll let me into the mead hall. My name is Adgith, and I've lived here in Stoke my whole life. My mother says I need to stay inside the walls. That's the only reason I didn't follow that man and bring him back for the king's justice. I knew he was a villain. You tell Reeve Frithhild that I'll let her know if I see him again, all right? Promise you that I will. Promise. Okay. So we have some more clues now.
You say this child saw the man
Ooh, now that
whom
looks
you
yummy.
seek, and he has
What
joined
is
the
that?
orcs.
You say this child saw the man for whom you seek. I would like to meet Adgith and speak with her myself. My hall will be open to her as well. If this man you pursued from Edoras has joined the orcs, the danger he poses has turned from a secret one to a threat we here in Stoke know all too well. We have been endangered by the ravages of orcs and their half-orc brethren for many months now. All right. Interesting.
The orcs
Here
have
is
launched
getting more
attacks
better.
on Stoke before now.
Beat the orcs and
We
the
must
half-orcs.
not remain
What do we
idle.
do? Wow. Hey, a chicken right there, just for me. It's probably like a turkey. That thing looked huge. Huge. Blonde sorrel horse. Okay, so he could be anywhere here. Let's jump over here and repair the barricades. Yikes. Oh, broke my horse's leg. Stinking thing. There, okay, it wasn't that bad. Barricades? Barricades? Yeah. Now, we'll go out and around. As long as it's not on the side of a mountain. Just a hill. Is it hot, hot, hot? Something in here I need to repair. Aha. Barricade. Alright, now we can continue on. And kill all the things. What? There's all of that. Ooh. We're gonna cut across. You know how when you make a noise, it makes your lip tickle? I just did that. So sorry for the faces here. Half arc rider. Oh, he is 90. Let's see. We're gonna try. See if we can take him down. Yes. Oh, holy crud. Hello, Ronnie. Try to jump over him. Ooh, ooh, so close. You don't need no stinking warp. Actually, probably would be helpful, but thank you. Okay. I don't know. Really? Oh my god. Did you see that? But handed to you. Oh, that defiler's just waiting for me too. As long as the other dudes are gone. Go away, warband. There they go. Ooh! No health rest. Holy crud. Just breathe. Find myself holding my breath. It doesn't help me fight better, but you know, something about it. how are you doing? You Ron? Is everything going good today? Alright, I'm gonna get on my war steed so I can fight if I need to. Welcome back. Let's see. I should handle these guys first, huh? I should. Oh, so slippy. Oh, but the warband is right there. Jeez. Warband. Oh no. Worsty fighting. It's just, you know, what can I say? Oh yeah? Nice. But you came by to say hi first. I'm doing good. Trying to get through some of the book quests. See some new areas here, which is kind of cool. And just do the progression, you know? Following the story, that kind of stuff. Other than that, 1.5 coffees down, so I'm doing pretty good. If you had seen me at 5 o'clock this morning, stumbling over everything. Ooh, oh! I gotta get away from this warband. Oh, they're following me now, aren't they? Alright, we're gonna bolt. We're bolting. Okay, I think they've stopped following me. Oh. See, here's some we can get. Oh gosh, there's too many of them. Alright, let's grab one. Oh my god, they followed me. Oh, I hate them so much right now. To leave me alone. What is it? Let's see. 90. Who's this? Who is that? Who's eager? I want to kill him. Why does he have so much health? 42. We're just gonna go around and around and around the circle apparently with this dude. Come on. I mean, I see a named. How did he res like that? I mean, he totally healed himself. That sucks. Oh, but he can poop me, right? What is up with that? Ooh, I got him? He was a named dude, I don't know. Yeah. Right? I mean, they wouldn't leave me alone. That was just, they need to be gone on their merry way. Sweet. Full right for the win. Alright, there was another dude here. There he is. So this will be 6 of 8. Woo! Who else do we have right here? And there's another one in the bush on the other side. Oh, those bulls are... Ooh! Oh, wait, I didn't see it. Hang on. Got a bull trying to kick me in the butt. Oh, he's a cow. He's a cow. Hang on. Oh, I did. Oh, how sweet. I'm sorry. I was running around trying not to die from that named dude. I didn't even see it. I saw a little koala eye. How cute. Aw. Let's see. I absolutely did like it. Whew. Okay, I finished those guys, right? Yeah. Yeah, you have to tell me if I miss stuff sometimes when I'm doing this kind of thing. I'm not used to the war steed. I get so distracted when I'm on the... That's why I usually ride my regular horse around. When I'm on my horse, everything's calm. When I get on the stinking... Oh, here's another dude. When I get on that war steed, it's so out of control. Where's he going? Get back here. A little lag for me there. Oh, oh. No, 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 no. Okay. See you soon. All right. So, oh, look, I'm in Oserly. Might as well grab that stable since I'm so close. The red line spec with dots work well for fighting mounting. Yeah. I could see that. They just ride and keep burning.
I do not know if we will survive this onslaught.
I could definitely see that. But look, see, the warband keeps going right over all of those areas. Let's see if this is one of my guys. Nope, not him. Rake log. But this guy? So what? Let's see. Talk to. Oh, you want some? Fine. We'll get down. Oh, that's why. She's. Okay. We're good now. Now we know what's going on. Oh, I should ride my Worsted though. It's faster. Yeah, that would be cool if I had some dots. I mean, I have, well, certainly nothing on the Worsted, but I have stuns and whatnot, but on the mounts it does not work so well, so well at all, because it rarely ever stuns them when they're on the mounts. But so we'll go talk to Frithlit. Sweet. Just barge through that door. Oh, there's the little one. All right, burning secrets.
We return to sorrowful news. Wigbald has been murdered. Will you help my people? Will you help my people?
I found a dead body. It was Wigbold. I remember his big red beard.
Running on the eastern side of town looking for that sour-faced fellow we talked about. When I stumbled upon a body lying in the grass, I stayed just long enough to see if I knew who it was, and I did. It was Wigbald. The dude that looked, remember I said on the way out, one of the town guards. I remember his big red beard. He was always kind to me, and now I think that man you were looking for must have killed Wigbald before he fled the city. I can point out to you where I found his body if you like. I was just telling the Reeve about it, and she says that I did the right thing to come to her at once. You tell Adgith that you will investigate the place she described, but you have your doubts. You do not remember Wigbald having a red beard. Wigbald had a blonde beard. Okay, what is up, Gunnar? What do you have to say? Summon the Thanes. I recommend that she do so days ago, but I understand her concerns. May well be, time for cheese. May well be that Ordlac and Tordag will be unable to come in time. Nevertheless, here are the signets of Orsorly and Torsbury. Frithlit told you Ordlac, but not of Tordag. The Thane of Torsbury is brave and a mighty warrior, but he is not the most clever man. It took much for him to accept Frithild, a woman, as Reeve when her husband perished, but since she broke his nose in a brawl, he has been a faithful retainer. That's funny. May fortune smile upon you as you deliver these tokens. Go to Ossory first. Okay. All right. Got it. Got the cheese. Gotta do the baby bells. Hi! How are you doing, Bams? My first cheese of the day. It's Brecky. Little baby bell. I love the little baby bell. Okay. Cheese saves me. I usually have 4 during stream at some point. Otherwise, I would starve. And these are like so yum. Bye, Euron. Have a good podcast. Come back and see me. Us. Everyone here. How do I like it? I am loving it. This is the story I was read at bedtime when I was a child. So kind of just to see it and go through everything, it's been really, really fun. Oh, and just so y'all know, working on it. It is so sad that they are butchering the show. Oh, really? I don't know anything about it yet. I have not watched it. I saw the trailers for it, but I have not actually seen anything. I have been streaming this, yeah, nonstop, and I haven't played anything else, which is unusual for me, but really been enjoying it. The outfits look god awful. Really? Oh, that's terrible. But then I had to buy a dress in the game because, you know. Oh no. Really? Yeah. I will be so sad if that happens, especially today's politics. Have you played a lot of video games? I always ask if you could pick one world to live in from one of the games you played, which would it be? Oh, goodness. I don't know. I have played a lot of video games. A lot. I couldn't even start to name them all. But I would say something like along the lines of, you know what, honestly, I think BDO. Somewhere across between Lotro and BDO. Because, have you ever seen the graphics in BDO? Holy crap, dudes. It is beautiful. And when, okay, I am my favorite thing in the world. It's a flower, but it's a tree. It's the cherry blossoms and the almond blossoms. They have in springtime, I think it is, a certain time of the year when all the cherry blossoms are out in all the trees. Oh my God, it is so beautiful. I have a painting on my wall of some cherry blossom trees and stuff like that. I love it. And so when that happens every year, I have to go in and check them out because it's so beautiful. Mmm. Mmm. Look, I knew it. I freaking knew it. You cannot tell how long it has been since Wigball was slain, but it seems he suffered a blow to the head from some heavy object. Dirt and mud on his clothes indicate that he was killed somewhere else and then dragged into the heavy grass. Remember the leaves? As you stare down at the body of the slain guard, something that has bothered you since you heard the news from Adgit slowly resolves itself. This is not the same Wigbald with whom you spoke when you arrived at Stoke. What do you think? It's the beard, right? He's got red hair. We all know redheads, how honest they are, right? Continue. All right. If this is the body of Wigbald, who was it that you spoke with at the entrance to Stoke? I don't know. Let's go find out and kick his butt. The man you spoke to is gone, and no, left most. Hi, thank you for the follow. Ethan, how are you doing? Let's see. It would be Lotro or Final Fantasy for me, but getting ambushed by random bumps when all I want to do is go grocery shopping would get old. Indeed. Hopefully without the aggro of the
We
BDO
have been deceived.
when it
The man we
happens.
spoke to was
Doesn't
not
always happen.
Wigbold.
Didn't I just say when we were standing there talking to Wigbold? I said, this looks like the dude, but without the brooch, right? What name did he give? Perhaps Ednoth or Godding or another we do not yet know. What story did he weave for Wigbold? I cannot say, but my guess is that it played upon the guard's sympathies. From this I draw another conclusion. Our cunning foe must appear from the outside to be a good man of Rohan. There will be little about him to mark him as an enemy, or Wigbold would never have let him into Stoke. But let him in he did, and at some point Wigbold was overcome and slain. What does it reveal about our foe that he was so bold as to take Wigbold's place and speak falsehoods to the very people in pursuit of him? That is what worries me the most. Our foe is bold, and he is cunning, and he is unafraid. It is clear to me now why he spoke of the Norcrofts, though it was not at the time. He was trying to steer us in the wrong direction. We must give this news to the reader. Absolutely. Played video games all my life, and it would be a tie between Lotro and Elite Dangerous. Space Sim. Interesting. Okay, that's something I haven't played. I don't believe I've ever played that. Elite Dangerous. I will tell you all this. I do enjoy first-person shooters. I am crap at them because I have an astigmatism. And so a lot of the first-person shooters, the FPS is, it's not, I don't know, I think it's too low for my eyes, and it makes me nauseous. So, mostly, there are a few FPSs that I can play, but most of the time I have to stick with MMOs and make sure the motion blur is turned off and all that stuff, because otherwise, I get ill. But I love killing. I know it sounds terrible, but I love killing people. It's hilarious.
The man you pursue must
It's
be
so
made
much
to
fun.
pay
I
for
wish I
his
could do it more.
crimes.
This tale is unbelievable, but it makes my sorrow no less. Instead, it fans the flames of my anger. This man you pursue must be made to pay for his crimes. He sought to send you to the Norcrofts. His pride will be his undoing, for by revealing his charade, we have discerned his next course. He wants you to look eastward, turn your eyes westward, and you will find where next lead his schemes. After teaching the orcs of Barddorum how best to attack Stoke, this cunning snake of yours fled to the Broadacres. I am certain of it. He has gone to the Stone Deans. We're on it.
If this snake has entered the Stone Deans, they must be warned of the danger he poses.
Sorry, excuse my eating, but this is breakfast. My coffee and my cheese. Combined with the dangers they already face, endangers the whole of my writing. He must be stopped, and now only a few know his face. And I kind of do. You have seen it, as has poor departed Wigbold. Bring this knowledge to Reeve Hirmund and the Stone Deans. His seat is the town of Woodhurst, located in the northern region of the Stone Deans. Hirmund is very old, and there are whispers that he has been in poor health of late. If he is indisposed, you should speak with his wife, Bryant. She is of Dunlendingish blood, but she is strong in her own right. Okay. I will. I see this book is red. Please eat. Well, I talk so much. It's hard for me to alternate. You know what I mean? And then my lips get dry because I talk so much. Then I have to put my lip balm on. It's like a never-ending circle. All right, so we are headed east. Woodhurst in the Stone Deans. No, we're going west? What? What's happening here? To the Stone Deans. That's west. I thought they wanted us to go east. No, they wanted us to go east, so we're going west. That's right. Whew. Perhaps I do need a little more coffee. Running across. Field's burning. That is just what it looks like too. That is pretty cool. They did a pretty good job there. I will say that. The war band. I know, sneakies. I should be on my war mount, shouldn't I? My war horse. I should. I will remember at some point. It will become second nature. You have discovered Bard Dory. What is that? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Fire. Oh. Okay. There was like a name inside the fire, so I was like, what? Oh, look how pretty. The way the war horse walks at an angle is beautiful, yeah. Watch this. Okay, so we need to go across to this little levee here. And then north. What? Oh, no. And he is, no, go. No, just no. He was all kinds of bright red. Oh, he was a solo though, wasn't he? I don't know. You push your buggy at the store like that. You're the person I like to go shopping with. Yep, I have some pictures of me and my friend a couple of years ago in a parking lot. Pretty freaking hilarious. I don't remember which one of us was in the buggy. Okay, so I have arrived at Woodhurst. Oh, I need to speak to these guys. Get down, get down!
This
Oh,
looks
there's
like
no
any
one.
other village of the Horse Lords to me.
Horn tells me this town is home to many people of Dunlending and Rohirrim blood. Do they maintain the traditions both of my people and of Horn's people, or have they forgotten from where they come in order to survive this land? I do not see much I recognize of the Luth in this town. The buildings are wrong and the land is wrong. Will the people prove otherwise? So judgy.
So near to Dunlop. Many
This
of
is
the folk of
Woodhurst.
this
I have
town
desired to
share
see it for some
ancestry
time.
with the
So near to
Dunlop tribes.
Dunland. Many of the folk of this town share ancestry with the Dunlending tribes. Perhaps Nona and I will be able to find a place here when all is through. That is still a good while hence. I do not doubt it. But my heart tells me that Woodhurst would be more welcoming to us than my own home of Eelworth. Well, we have more pressing matters than this. Let us find Reeve Hermund and report to him the danger his town may face. Indeed. Let's go. Is he in the cottage? What? Or does it just want me to see all the little town's houses? It's like a thatched roof with, oh, look at the carvings though. Look how pretty that is. That's pretty. Kaylin. Nope, I'm Maddie. They just wanted me to see the building. Okay. Let's see. Right here somewhere. Talk to Bryant. That is Kaylin. Yeah. Heel, Triss, and Horse. Let's see. Bryant is inside her son's hideout in oh, I see. You do not know where Reeve Hermund is. The hideout is on the outskirts of Woodhurst. You should... okay. So I do need to go in there. She's probably hiding in a back room. Look, there's several rooms. You can tell. Uh-huh. And then he's there. Maybe. Yeah, so where's the rest of this building? Hideout. Basement. There we go.
The blood of the hill tribes flows through me, but they are no longer my people.
When I wed Hermund and came to live in his lands, and when I gave him a son, then I was no longer of my tribe. I was part of a new tribe. Bryant's eyes flash, and you see a fire in them that reminds you of Nona. Those who hold the mead hall and bring war to my home may share my blood, but they spill the blood of those I love. Now we are enemies. You have my thanks for this warning you bring, but Woodhurst is already imperiled. What is one more threat upon the pile of many? Speak to my son Hurubrand. He rules now in place of his father. I will answer any questions of yours I am able to. Okay. Why is he on the floor? That's my first
wish
question.
to help. Good.
They are called Dragluth, and they worship worms and lizards of all sort, but their loyalty has been bought by Saruman, and they go where he commands. And to defeat these Dunlending invaders, wherever you find them throughout the Stone Deans, you will find Dagluth aplenty and Woodhurst to my sorrow and my mother's. Okay. On our way. kick some butt. The door opened this way on the inside and this way on the outside. That's kind of funny. All right, so now, oh, they're all over. Alrighty. Let's go. Ooh, I hear the thunder. You hear the wooden wood chimes? Hi, welcome back. What the what? Really? Dude. Okay. This one, I want to cancel. Okay. So, defeat the Dunlending invaders throughout the Stonedeans, especially in Woodhurst. And we're in Woodhurst. So if I go out and around. Okay. What is this? Okay. Oh, there's some people there. Let's go check them out. They want to fight. Okay. And I want their wooden chest. Dunlending ruffian. Is that what that said? Yes. What is going on here? Farmer Guard. She's kicking a dude on the ground. Are they all gonna attack me? Let's see. Who are you? Why are they protecting you, mister? Is this our dude? No, he's got red. He's got a red beard. Okay. We'll go back out. And see. Ooh. Boop! The backpack. It looks like the twinkles are on the boat, but it's not. So these dudes all want to fight, right? Yes. Let's go. Oh, they're 91 and 3 of them. We'll see. We shall see. No sense in not trying, eh? Ooh, hello. Breathe. Oh, it's raining hard now. I hear it. I will say, I love waking up to the rain, man. It has been raining for 2 weeks, and I know it's kind of dreary and whatnot, but it keeps the heat away, and waking up to it is lovely. Just is. Ten of 10. Talk to Herubrand. Okay. We'll head back. This way. No, not this way. Yes, this way. That's right. He's on the outskirts. Look at all those. Look at that. That's pretty cool. Think somebody lives in that mountain? Cow. Sheep. Lots of wheat. Okay. Back in. And are they out now? No. We'll go back down into the basement and speak to the Reeve.
The Dunlendings cannot defeat us, me and my son. We are invincible.
I speak not in riddles and do not exaggerate my prowess or that of my heir. The Dunlendings cannot defeat us. We are invincible. Fine. Sweet. Like your confidence, dude.
It is true. An old soothsayer lives among the mounds and speaks words of prophecy.
She has foretold that I will die at Orcish hand, as will my firstborn son. Herobrine laughs boisterously. Never before has knowledge of coming death been so welcome. For if it be my fate to die at Orcish hand, well, no Dunlending will be able to land a hand upon me. Thus far it has proven so. Speak to your companions, and if they agree to the journey, I will bring you before the soothsayer Hildegard. Perhaps she will read your fate as well. Maybe, maybe not. Let's go. Have you got anything to say? No. Okay. I'm leaving, Kaylin. Now, speak to Horn and Nona. Let's go. Or just Horn.
Herobrand is a fool. to
Such
believe the
mystics
words of
never
this
speak
soothsayer.
plain. I will go with you to this cave, if Nona desires it, but I beg of you, do not put too much stock in the words of the soothsayer. There are many mysteries in the world, but I think it likely this Hildegard is merely a woman with an addled mind. Riddles and lies.
A soothsayer lives in this land? I am filled with delight.
Really, Nona's a believer. Such folk truly possess the power of foretelling the fates. Do you remember the dream that drew us across the mountain? We could not fathom its meaning, but a soothsayer such as the one of which Herobrine speaks is more skilled at reading such visions than the likes of us, Return to Herobrine and humbly beg him to bring us before the soothsayer. She could tell us much. All right, so they want to go. Well, Nona wants to go. Horn will do whatever Nona wants to do. Into the basement. Let's go!
Let us see
Travel
what
now.
Hildegard has to say of your own future.
Orlag's Den.
Rubbish and nonsense. Herobrand may believe the words of this soothsayer, but I will not fall for her trickery.
Speak to her with courtesy. Mind your feet. She is accustomed to the dark as we are not. Okay. Hi, Hildegard. I have returned. Am I welcome? You are welcome at any time. Why is she dressed like that? Your visits brighten the dark days. How sweet. You give Hildegard your name, and she nods. It is a pleasure to meet you, friend of Hubrand. Many are the roads you have walked to get here, and many more you will walk before you are at last given rest. But there is much ahead of you I cannot see. May I ask what adventuring discipline you call your own? Master of mystery. A rune keeper, I seek knowledge. I don't know. I want it all. With amusement. Okay. You have learned the value of speaking little but saying much. I know you for a master of language, a keeper of cryptic runes. You study ancient sigils and take from them valuable knowledge. Good folk of all lands will need your knowledge to stand against the darkness that comes. Oh, Horn, you're going to get yourself in trouble. Did you hear that? Should you not already know my name? So rude, Horn. So you might insult a woman. Right? Worry not, Hurlbrand. I am not offended by disbelief. Do you believe in my gift? Maybe. I do not know if it is a gift. You see much, few folk understand the truth of it. It is a gift to know what comes, or is it a burden? Exactly. I cannot choose what I see, and often it fills me with fear and sorrow. So how is that a gift? Exactly. But it is a gift. With this sight, I could set many things right. Come here, girl. Nona's too headstrong. I have battles to fight. They will not wait. It will be some time yet, and that is the way of it. Is it Horn's turn? This should be good. Talk to Horn. This woman speaks in riddles and rubbish. If she has knowledge of days to come, why does she not spell it for us plain? Were she to do that, perhaps I would give her my belief, but until then, I remain unconvinced. You say you can see the events of days to come. Tell me what awaits me and prove your claim is true. I cannot say. I thought as much. There is no straight path through this life. Have you heard of the tale of Ringard? Ooh. Do you? Do you believe it? I will not be tricked by this woman. I will wait for you. Oh. Horn! I cannot believe Horn would act this way. He has closed his eyes to everything we have experienced on this. Has he? He shares the maddening outlook of his people. Sovolch will not understand him. Nona clenches her fists and tosses her hair in frustration. We cannot choose to whom we give our hearts. That is our lot, but I might have chosen one less stubborn from out of all the kingdoms of men. I see a great battle. A vast army marches outside the walls. I see a white horse Pinned by shadows, your love lies upon the broken ground, his shield shattered. Horn? Horn! What else do you see? I see death. No! The list of the dead is long, the minstrels mourn. Hildegard, what can we do? The soothsayer Hildegard stands upright, staring forward sightlessly. She still breathes, but she no longer appears to see you or Nona. What can we do? If Hildegard speaks the truth, it means Horn will fall in battle. A good death for any warrior, but he is not just any warrior. He is mine, and it is not glory he seeks. I know this to be true. I will keep Horn from meeting his end. This end. Others have fought their fates. Why not Nona, daughter of Suvulich? Suvulich. That's hard for me to say. Sister of Wadu. Will you help me in this? Will you say none of this to Horn? Do you understand? I understand. All right, where'd they all go? I'm alone. There they are.
We must do something. I need time to think.
Hildegard is as powerful as I had hoped, and now I wish she was not. Her words give shape to a grim tomorrow, and I do not want to believe it will come to pass. Am I to lose Horn as I lost my brother?
Rubbish and lies.
The words of that woman prey on the fears and hopes of all who listen to her. Herobrand is a fool if he believes himself to be invincible on account of Hildegard's witless ramblings. I cannot believe Nona sets any stock upon the words of this woman. She has my heart always, but I am saddened by her belief in this nonsense. Yeah, that's obvious. She's got it bad. Running upon the wheat. Still downstairs. Okay. Still in the basement. Let's go. Why is he on the floor?
Now do you understand?
Hildegard has unusual powers, and she speaks of the future with a convincing tongue. I have no doubt that I will cast the Dunlending invaders from Woodhurst, for none of them can hope to slay me or my son. If my death be at Orcish hand, then no man can hope to harm me. That is an interesting take on it. Very interesting. What is that? If by this, then that? Now, serving the summons. Where am I going? Am I finished here? Or can I not proceed until I level up some more? Maybe. Maybe. Dudes, where did they go? They left me all alone. It's so sad. Summons. Okay, so I need to go to Australia. Where is the stable master? I'm not sure if I have the place to Australia, but we will check before we leave. Look, I didn't even get the stable master yet. What is that? Did you see that? Graceful roll? It's like a paratrooper's roll.
These are desperate times for the Rohirrim.
Stoke. Okay, so I can go to Stoke, I believe.
I am afraid.
Yes. Okay, now back on my high horse. I think. Let me check this. Australia.
These are desperate times for the
Ooh,
Rohirrim.
I can go. On our way. So good. Move that down here and north. Ooh, the thunder outside. So loud. There's Eoric.
What brings you to these lands?
Stoke is under siege. Aye, you must speak with Thane Orlok at once. You have to enter the mead hall. Man, that was loud. Let's see how's his. Lay it out. That looks icky. Good. Yeah, okay. We approve.
Friend of the road.
Welcome, stranger from afar. It is seldom that we greet travelers, even from other parts of Rohan. May I offer you some wine or ale? Indeed, I was about to sit down to a meal. Would you join me? What is this? Ah, I did not think I would see this signet in my lifetime. My father granted it to Edmar, Frithlid's husband, to use in the event Stoke needed our aid. Tell me what has transpired and would bring Frithhild to such need. It is amazing how we can be so sheltered from the devastation that has befallen our riding. But as I told you, we seldom receive travelers here. Of course, we will begin to muster our meager garrison at once. If we are to do so, we will need help ourselves, quelling some small disturbances. Okay. Speak with my chief, Captain Dudsig, near the stables. Absolutely on my way. Heading out. Alright, where is the stable? This way. Yeah? Mm-hmm. Dudsig. Hello.
Our
Wow,
mission
you have
is
a crazy
dire.
beard. Look at that. You are not from here, that much is clear. You say that Thane Orlok has requested you aid us with our troubles. What troubles do you speak of? Really? Ah, Stoke is under siege, and Orlok rallies to reave Frithild's. I will get it one day. Aid. Then indeed, I have a task for you. We have had some small troubles with brigands here, mainly poor folk from the Stone Deans, I think, in search of food, but they have become dangerous. These wayfarers have stolen food and other goods from the people of Australia. Perhaps you could reclaim these things. They have been seen encamped in the western fields at sundry times. Will do. Mount up. Woo, let's zoom out. Ah. Straight across. Collect the stolen goods. And Nona and Horn just like gone. They just bolt. Field of Thieves. Okay, so we are here. Ah. Hi. Gotta get the food bags. Sorry, dude. Can't steal it. You have discovered a note on the body of one of the brigands. You found a note upon one of the brigands' corpses. Okay. Stolen goods. Six of eight. Okay. Stolen goods. Cool trees. Seven of eight. Okay. Ooh. Hello. He runs in slow-mo. Alright. Bring the note and the goods. Okay, here is Dutzig. Hired ruffians. What is this? There are few who can read among the people of the mark, especially among my folk. It is strange that one such as those robbers would bear such a thing. I do not like the tenor of this message, as you might have presumed already. These seem to be orders directing these brigands to stir trouble among us. Look here, it is signed with an S. This is dire news. If Saruman seeks to undermine our people, you should take this note to Thane Ordlac. He will wish to know what has transpired. He is young but wise. Okay. I was uncertain that you truly cared about the people of our village. I am glad I was wrong. Take this for your rewards. All right. Going in. Too far away. That's not normally the case. Usually I can like click it and just run in.
Welcome, my
Dudzig sent you with this note. Let us look at it. It appears, my friend, that we have a traitor among us. This note implies that one of my retainers may be in league with Saruman. If indeed one of my retainers is a traitor, this could bode ill for any effort we make to bring aid to Stoke. I will continue my muster, but I must ask you to investigate this villainy. If you would, speak with Senulf, one of my most trusted lieutenants. I have need of Dudzig's assistance, but Senulf can guide you during your investigation. You may find him near the mill here in Orsley. Ooh, my power just flashed. Goodness gracious. Okay, across this way. It's like a half barrel there.
Brings you to
Zedzig
these
told me of the
lands.
assistance. I welcome your aid and grant you any information you may need in order to find the traitor in our midst. If it is true what orders were given by Saruman the White, then it may be that you can find more information among the half-orc scouts who harry our lands. They ride hither and thither. Hither and thither? Hither and thither. Thither. Among the plains to the west. Is that how the saying goes? Hither and thither. It just sounds weird. Feels weird. Alright, so all along that direction. So we head northish. And then westish. Come on. Oh, tree in my way. Just keep jumping. Dispatching a nuisance. Here we go. Defeat the goblin skirmishers. Will do. Now who is this dude? Okay, so 1 of 6. And then this dude, he's 90. Ooh. Oh, look at the water. See, now that's a good one. That's a nice one right there. See, I have Jimi Hendrix playing in the back of my mind. All along the watchtowers for this one. Come on. Just so you know, I always have music going on in my head. Always. Ooh, you missed, dude. You're hiding behind the tree. Get back out here, you punk. Three. Intuish Vale. Look at that. How freaking cool is that? And I love the willows. They're so pretty. Great place for a picnic. horse. The best streaming service, subscription free. Streaming down the lake. Yeah, some of the areas are just gorgeous. And then top off the stream with the willows and beautiful. That's why I say when y'all asked about my preferred place, it would have to be across. There are some places in here that are just unspeakably beautiful. And then the graphics of BDO and the season changes. Phew. Just gorgeous. Ooh. There we go. But this place, Lotro, honestly has the best potential. I mean, thank you so much, Osirian, for the follow. I appreciate it. How are you doing today? Okay, now I need the skirmishers. Come on back here. Five of 8. 3 more skirmishers. Good, I'm so glad to have you here. It has just started raining. It was thundering before. It has just started raining really hard. And, okay, so I just had a roof replaced, but there are the little, right over the stove and whatnot, where all the metal, you can hear it, and it sounds wonderful. I love that sound. Western Net and the Low Holland Bird weren't as pretty as to me. Yeah. Really pretty. Some really pretty places. And well done. Alright, I need, what, 3 more skirmishers. Let me check this. Deep bestowed. Yep. Lotro points. Love to see that. Yeah. Just, oh, there's one. I think he respawned. So I'll only need 2 more after this guy. So I'm catching up right now with where I am in the book. Because the book is like at a level 92 and I'm 87, so now I'm having to catch up a little bit. I've been able to stay pretty on par with everything for the most part. But every once in a while, I have to do a little catch up for one thing or the other. Oh, I like the guitar in the background here. That's pretty cool. Nice added effect. Well, back on my horse. Oh, there's one. This will be 7. Oop, I got a little bit of lag going on. Come on, dude. There we go. 1 left. See if we can find him. Yeah, I mean, just look how pretty that is. And what is that? Is it some kind of ice thing or is that a fountain? Yeah. Yeah. Best soundtrack. I agree. It is definitely good. I'm partial to the areas where they have guitar. I do like it. Sounds very, I don't know, on our way. Quest to conquer. Get over here, dude. There we go. Okay, finish those. I mean, seriously. Beautiful. You've got water, you've got green, and then you've got the frozen mountains up top. I have lived in Hawaii. The only thing this is missing is the beach. But Hawaii didn't have the willows. The willows, man, beautiful. That is really pretty. Okay, let's see. I thought I needed to go to the Thane, but apparently I need to go down here to Dudsig, I think. Nope. Sinolf. Around and about and around. Like when the finger picking kicks in and you fight. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Our mission is dire.
To the surprise that you still live. Wow. What a butt munch. For the foul half orcs are not without skill. Nevertheless, you have done some good for the Broadacres, even if you found naught upon their remains to implicate the traitor. I should say well done and offer you a reward. He should say. He's not, but he should. Is that what he's saying? What a butt munch. Woo. Oh. Why is the door open? I gotta go inside if the door's open. Oh, it's the water house. Look at that. That's so cool looking. Okay, now where to? Shoot. What? All right. Let's see. Back to the book. Oh, I finished it. Wow. Huh. So, well, at least until they give me the next section, I guess. So I need to go back to there's the Stone Deans, Woodhurst, Westfold, to Helm's Deep. I haven't gone there yet. I don't need to go to. I need to go back here. Interesting. Okay. Let's see what we have. We had Eastfold, Message of Warning, Scout of the Enemy. I guess we'll go back there and finish those. And Elder Slade. Gap of Rohan. Parth Celebrant. That's 73 now. So we'll go back to the Eastfold and do those. Yes, yes. So then march. Where's our horse at? Then march,
These are
please.
desperate times for
Okay,
the
we'll go to
Rohirrim.
Stoke first. And then I think from Stoke we can go. We shall see.
These are desperate times for the Rohirrim.
Idris, Osterley, Woodhurst, Aldburg. Alright, well, we'll just pop over to Adahurst. Aldburg, Idris. Instead of wasting money on the mounts. Hi, Nibble Bibble. How you doing, puppers? How you doing? Okay, okay. Nibble, you do not want to go outside right now. You do not. I'm telling you, it's pouring down raining. The last thing you want is to go outside right now. Stop it. My dog cracks me up. He's like the sweetest pup ever. Now, he was insane as a puppy. Like literally nuts. But he is now the sweetest dog in the world. Can I leave? Nope, not that way. Calm down, puppers. All right, now the fastest way. Aldburg. Aldburg? Yep. Can y'all hear like those wood wind chimes in the background?
I am afraid what has
It's
happened
freaking
to
cool.
these lands.
Oh. Ow. Gotta readjust my back pillow. Okay. I spent a lot of time in the Aldburg Crafting Hall. Such a pretty design there. Oh, really? It's pretty big, huh? Yep, let's see. I might have to do that at the end. I try to do my crafting right after I end the stream for a little bit and try and make sure I don't get too far behind. But sometimes I'm so tired, like yesterday. Yesterday was an 11-hour stream, so by the end of it, I was like ready for bed. Okay, so this is message of warning and scouting the enemy. Scout the first orc camp. This must be the first orc camp. Oh, I already did the second one. Okay. And then this is the third one is just south. All right. Sword Hound. See these flowers when I was in the frozen area yesterday. Gosh, where was I? I can't think of the name of it. There was one there. And it was so pretty because it stuck out of all the white ground. Oh, so many trees in my face. Hello, warrior. Maldar. Oh, you know, I need to sell some stuff. Let's check it out. I bet you I do. Yep. Yep. Some of these are getting up there. Okay, I can see I'm going to have to upgrade my stuff here. Because there are Worm Tongue's Enigma. 260 will, Vitality Feat, Tactical. Ooh, little lag. Okay. Damaged ear. Tattered skins, shattered daggers. Okay, that is better. Nope. Open that. Open these. Excellent. All right. Is this the third? Yes. The orcs present in this camp are aggressive and many. All right. Find Aethelbald. So I need to find Aethelbald. Whoa. Turtle. Let's see. Straight north. The trees. I love them, but I wish they weren't in my face. I'm like, oh my. Oh, I had a feeling I was going over a sharp cliff there. Alright, so Ethelbald should be here. Oh, there he is. What are you doing sitting in the grass? I do not fear orcs. I shall complete my task ere I return to the farm. The meat I collect is necessary to feed the people. Okay. I suppose the danger is great. I ought to head back to the farm and let you finish my work. We do not need much. Collecting the meat of a few boars should be plenty for us. Gotcha. all right here. This is awesome. They're all like right in one tight little place. My favorite. And look, Captain. Can you imagine the ham? And the bacon. That's loud thunder. Can y'all hear the thunder? Out of curiosity. Oh, Archer. You're not nice. I'm gonna have to. Oh my. Oh my. Evil. Poop. All right, we're heading back. Eastfold Boar. Okay. Now that we're prepared, it should go fine. So we know we have a boar. Nope, he's fine. We have an archer. And if I run across, I can aggro them all.
Will you aid?
But we're going to try not to do that this time. All right, now. Run over and talk to our soul. Punk. Here to the entrance, Alsberg. Going in. Woo. Okay, here is Arcel. Scouting the enemy did that.
There is no
Finish.
shortage of things that need
The White
doing
Hand are
reasonably.
dangerous, but they do not have the
There
numbers
is no
that the
shortage
unknown
of
orcs
things
do.
that need doing
While I do not
reasonably.
believe that my original decision was misguided, I may have been too quick to dismiss Eothane's thoughts on this matter. What is important now is that we deal with these orcs swiftly and with great force. Please deliver my apology to Eothane and let him know of my decision. We can do that. What else you got,
There
Ursula?
are so many things that need to be done.
There is tell of a monstrous boar wandering the woods. I cannot help but think of the boar of Everholt, which defeated Folka King all those years ago. Folka King all those years ago. Sounds like Polka King. I do not have the time to chase rumors, but I would appreciate if you could look into this for me. Such a beast would be a dangerous thing and a beautiful ham. Let us hope that these are simply rumors. Wouldn't it be? It would be a wonderful ham. And bacon. Let's go! Alright, so we need to talk to Eothane in town on our way out. There he is. He was so upset. That's why he's got his arms
Believe
crossed.
you will find welcome here.
I must ponder this later, though. It seems we are ready to deal with the true threat. Let Arsel know that his apology is accepted, but was not necessary. He has my sword when it is needed. Nice. Dang, there's a lot to get used to in this game. Yeah, there is. But you'll acclimate fast, I believe. Dude, I'm at the wrong. Yeah, gotta go across. Good thing about this place is there is a bit of shortcutting. A little bit. Not a lot, but a little bit. Arsel, he says it's all good, bro.
There are so
It appears
many
that
things
Eothane and I have come to terms. He is a great warrior and has served us well. We will need his sword when the time comes, and that time is now. You have proven a great warrior, and I am giving you the responsibility of leading the attack on the White Hand Orcs.
There are so many things.
Since their numbers are few, I want you to sneak into the White Hand camp and defeat their leader. This should cause them to lose direction and fall into disarray. Go to the White Hand camp in the northwest and carry out your task, but be vigilant. It is possible that they have received reinforcements, though I think it unlikely. Will do. Yeah, good. Yeah, the higher you go up, I think it's until like 14 or something like that. The higher you go up, there's different titles. That's the like grindy portion of it. You can do so many titles, so many pets, so many mounts. Once you know they're there, you know. I don't know, maybe higher than that. I don't know. Now that I think of it. But what was it? Shift. Oh, what is this? What is this twinkly thing? Found the trail of the rumored boar. Shift C, I think, was where all the where all of the titles and stuff are, so you can see what you want to do. Well, check them all out. I mean, you don't have to. You can always. I know you only have 2, unless you get a VIP. But you can always start one, and if you're not crazy about it, then do a different one. And you were talking about the Great Boar into the Woods. You were talking about liking what paladin type, which would be more. I don't know. Read it and see. And like I said, the wiki. Yeah. The wiki is amazing. It really is. So I wonder if it wants me to kill Felljaw or if there's something else here. Oop. You see the silhouette of what appears to be an enormous boar. It was not an enormous boar, but a totem made to appear as such. Okay, that was easy enough. Yeah, the wiki is almost imperative. I mean, it's got so much information, and like I said, the community is amazing. It really is. There are people here with so much information, but if you need information and, you know, the wiki, it's got it all. Or at least everything I've looked for so far, for sure. It's impressive how much information is there. What is this? Need to go this way. Yeah. Oh my. White hand skirmisher. Hello, dude. I'm gonna put that there for safekeeping. And yeah, that. A little bit of that. Little bit of this. Oh, I should have healed myself before I went diving in. Cause yeah, ouch. Yeah, ouch, dude. Let's see what I can do. Ooh, Nanny. Ajima. Look at you, all beefcake. Come on. Do a little stun for me. Stun, stun. Good, good. That's nice. A little of that. A little of this. Some of these. Oh, he is beefy. Yes, he is. There we go. Oh, and a backpack. Shoo. Yes, I have noticed now, and it gets worse and worse, that when I'm fighting someone that's like high above me, I tend to hold my breath. What can you do? Okay, so now back to Arsil. So if y'all see me just like pass out, it's just because I was holding my breath. I'll start breathing soon. You can say, it was a huge monster. We knew this was going to happen. Right? Well, you know, that's the whole thing, okay? Once you pass out, you start breathing again. It's all right. Puppy, stop barking.
There is no
Finish
shortage
now.
of
Let's
things
see.
that need doing in the East.
Padded glove. They're getting better.
There is no shortage of things that need doing in the Eastfall. There is There's no shortage
Patrolling
of
the
things
Fin-
that need doing in the East.
Once in future Kingslayer. Okay, so travel to Finmarch now. And that's why at the end of a fight you'll hear me do that. Reoxygenating my blood. Alright, so to Finmarch. Alright, travel to Finmarch. That's not Finmarch. What is that? Alright, I gotta read this. Finmarch lies to the east of Aldburg in the East March of Rohan. Thane Arsel is concerned about his neighbors in Finmarch. He would like for you to patrol the road that leads to Finmarch, looking for any sign of orcs or other trouble. Okay, that's why, because it's not in Finmarch, but it's on the road too. Shall do. Spring Town. Alright, so there's something right here we need to find or look at or scout. The road forks to the east and leads to Finmarch. You should patrol the road for any signs of trouble. Okie dokie. What do we see? A camp. Should I stay on the road? Should I just go just a little off the road? We see no signs of trouble yet. You should continue to follow. I see lots of stuff. Oh, okay. This is just another town. A little settlement. Settlement? What do we see? Right here. Is there trouble? You hear screams off in the distance. You should follow the sound eastward. I am going eastward. To the graveyard? Lumber worker.
Will you aid the horse?
Please, you must help. The orcs appeared out of nowhere and began putting the lumberyard to the torch. Gundlaf and others are still in there.
The Rohirrim have need of your services.
But the workers still need your help. Okay, let's go. Saving the lumberyard. Oh, cutting down the orcs. Okay. A new quest. And let's see. Quest actions. Yes. Extinguishing fear. And Free the workers. Will do. Come on. Ooh, water bucket. You little bug. Water bucket. And exactly. Sweet. So what house do I go? Who is that? You guys need to go. Look at them. Oh, they are so beefy. Ooh. Two of 10. Oh, that was nice. That one was nice. I thought we were finished. No, you were not finished. Okay. Next. Dude. Worker, come on. I mean, I know that's such, but look at that. That is freaking gorgeous. Gorgeous. Tried to save us all, but was overwhelmed. Okay, so where is he? This one. Yeah, it's sporadic. But it has been a little bit worse yesterday and today for some reason. I'm not sure why. I don't know what's going on. But like I said, I'm hoping that the payoff is that they're working in the background on upgrading some graphics and the game in general. So, the good part about the lag, as far as I can see, 88, is that the NPCs also lag. So even if you do lag, you don't. I've only died once, and that is because I actually got knocked out completely. So in general, if you're lagging, the NPCs are lagging, and then that means you don't have to worry about dying. So that's kind of good. All right, let's see where he is. Thank you. Is he down here? Where is the dude? Is he up there? I don't know. Find Guthaloff. I am trying. He may be in the wheelhouse up there. Waterhouse, I mean. Ooh, look at that. Check it. Oh, I found him. Awesome. Awesome. Okay, I saw his name, yes. A hardy warrior stands ahead. This must be Guthaloff. I am indeed Guthaloff, the former flag bearer for the king. If you are still hale, you must be a strong rune keeper. We do not have time to discuss a plan of attack. I overheard the lieutenants of these orcs threaten to put the orchard to the torch. Head south to the orchard and stop them at once. Okay. Let's see. Right here somewhere. Oh, I see it. Yep. This must be the orchard. And there are the fires, and there are the trees. In my face. To the water over here. Talk to Guthaloff. All right. Let's see. It was rather fortuitous timing that you arrived when you did. I'm not certain that we would have been able to save the lumberyard without your assistance. I I am Guthlaf, son of Sparhafok, Thane of Finmarch. I was once the banner bearer of the Theoden king. Since my recent dismissal, I have been lending aid here at the lumberyard. Now we must put our hands to the task of restoring the lumberyard. Okay. Right? I like it. It's very... Go, go, go!
Aid us?
Allow me to worry about the lumberyard. I ask that you travel to Finmarch and inform my father of what has happened here. If these orcs were also seen near Aldburg, I fear that we may have a much larger problem than we originally thought. Take the road east to Finmarch and seek out my father, Thane Sparhafok. Finmarch, all over here. Finmarch. Finmarch. Yeah. So, horsey up. Let's go. You know me and my shortcuts. Can get me into trouble. Oh, look. Oh, come on. Yeah, stay there. Okay.
I do not
Hello.
know if we will survive this onslaught.
Finmarch. And I need to talk to Dude. All the willow trees. Let's see. We are going to make this, yeah, Aldburg. Mm-hmm. Nice. Very nice. Ooh, sorry about that. Smacked my hand a little bit. Alright, Sparhafok.
We must stand by. When
Spar.
the orcs spread
That's
their
cool.
influence.
You assisted my son in driving the orcs from the lumberyard. Thank you. It appears that we have a problem which needs solving. There are other pressing matters here in Finmarch which I struggle with. Perhaps you may assist me. Perhaps I may.
You cannot.
This is a family matter that I do not wish to involve others in, but I cannot bring myself to tell Mirgith that what I have long known. Now that Eomer is heir to the throne of Rohan, he is to marry a lady of much higher station, not the daughter of a marsh lord. If you could talk with her, it would remove a burden from my heart. Pick an arrangement of arrowhead, a flower which grows around Finmarch, and deliver it to her along with my message. Oh dear. Oh, that is quite personal. I'm up for it. Let's go! Alright. Collect arrowheads. A flower called arrowhead. There's a frog. There it is. Let's see how far out. Oh, I'm past it. Let's go back. already got that one. Running through the swamp, I can just imagine the leeches. Snake, frog, frog. So it's kind of like just around the borders of the town. Let me know if y'all. Oh, there's one. I was gonna say, let me know if y'all see any. Bunch of blueberries. No, we don't want that. Oh, we're so far outside now. Swan. Look at that. Look how pretty. Oh, back. Okay. So it's all supposed to be right here. There is obviously not that many in that tight of an area, like it says. Is that one? Yes. 4. We need one more. And now the music is so like melancholy. Where's the next one? Only need one more. Oh, look, the black swans over here. Gorgeous. I know I'm too far out, but I found them out. The last 3 of them. Oh, no, not too far out. Come on, one more. Marshfly, marshfly, firefly, marsh firefly. Arrowhead. Okay, so that's the last one. Yay. Find Meredith. This way. So do I really have to tell her what I think I have to tell her? Not good enough, darling.
What business have you with the Rohirrim?
And listens intently to what you have to say. Aomir will not marry me. Meredith hangs her head as a tear rolls off her cheek and onto the dock. That's what I thought. Ooh. That's what I thought I was gonna have to tell her. I knew this would break her heart. I simply could not bring myself to tell her, thank you for delivering such unfortunate tidings. Hopefully, when she has calmed herself, she will return in better spirits. Now we have more dire matters to attend to. What do we have down here?
Leads to death. Should return to Edoras.
These arcs have been a growing nuisance, and we will need to stop them immediately before they overwhelm us. We must locate their camp and drive them away. Unfortunately, I know not where to begin. The best course of action might be to ask others if they might have seen any evidence of an orc camp. Talk to the people of Finmarch to see if we can find any evidence toward locating these orcs. Alright, talk to the people. I'm talking.
What brings you to
Orcs,
these
nay,
lands?
I thankfully have not seen any near this place. Although I was recently picking flowers and saw a great frog, it leaped at me and I thought that I would soon perish because of a frog.
The Rohirrim will need your aid.
Lilies for Lily. Frethy.
What business have you with the
We do
Rohirrim?
not see much turmoil here, but I imagine that the orcs do not consider marshland to be of a great advantage. I do not mean to be short with you, but I have much to do. These chickens keep me busy. And yet,
Rohirrim have need of your
they're
services.
so unruly, I cannot keep them still. It might be because they are so hungry. But how can I go get the feed if they will not stay still? The moment I leave, they will run off. I know it. Could you do me a favor and collect a bag of feed from across the road? It would be of great help to me. Okay. Water lily, water lily. Three and four. Dritwald. Let's see.
What business
I've
have
seen
you
no
with
orcs,
the
but I did
Rohirrim?
see Meredith run past earlier. She looked quite upset. I hope she is well, for she is a very lovely young lady. You might want to seek out Tova, though. I heard her talking about a giant boar. Okay. What else?
Our success
She's going to
depends
do
upon
away
our
with me.
strength.
I cannot find my ring
Aid us.
anywhere. I have been delivering hay for many summers and have never lost it. I wager it is near one of the haystacks, but which one? I must begin preparing dinner. If I do not, I will be in even more trouble than I already am. It must be at one of the haystacks that I delivered today. It should not be too difficult to find. Could you please search for my ring? A slug. All right. Right here. You think hay bales here? Oh, here's Toba.
What business have you with the Rohirrim?
Not one that is still alive. was out for a walk, clearing my head, and nearly stumbled over it. I was taken aback, for there was a boar skull secured to a tree stump by a rope. There were other bones, so this is the thing, the effigy I already saw. Can I be certain?
The reward have need of your services.
Missing market. Chicken breed. This off. And then I think I may do some missions for today because I have not done today's missions.
Our mission is dire.
Talk to the thing.
I do not believe
Evidence.
you find
Finish.
welcome here.
Yes.
Cannot wait for the darkness to abate.
Spark.
Rohan
Accept.
must rally. We stand in
Okay.
silence while the storm of Isengard
So
grows
I think I'm
stronger.
going to jump over and do my missions. I normally do this first, but today I was finishing up the other things, so I didn't finish my missions. This is my house. Okay. What I wanted to see was my bags. Holy crud. And my bolt should be right here. Yeah. Throw this stuff in. Come on. No room? Oh, I was saying that I needed to sell that stuff. Get rid of it. Hi, how are you doing? Welcome back. How's your day going? $128. We are past that. Oh, soil. I'm doing good. I've been doing my book quest, but I just decided it is time to do a couple of missions. I can't do just one thing the whole time. It starts to, it's a thing. I have to do a little variance. 144, 205 will, so that's not quite as good. The rewards are getting better though. I have to kind of mix it up or I get a little, just a little. Oh, I got 2 bracelets and they're both better than what I'm wearing. So let's fix that. Earrings, are they better? 197, yes they are. these and sell the other ones. Where are they? There they are. And then bracelets. This. Sell that. And where's the other one? I had 2 bracelets. And the rings. Ooh, that's better. One more bracelet is over the other yellow. Sell that. Is there any more jewelry? I think that might be it. Stuff I didn't know. Wow. That's unusual these days. Okay, that's good for now. All right, I'm gonna run over to my house and start some missions. Come on. A little laggy today. I still don't think it's quite as bad as it was yesterday, but it's still a little more than it was the past several weeks. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Did you see my house? That was my house that we just went through. It's not all fixed up, but I have a few things, slowly working on it. Do some missions. Yeah, basically. Within the ruins of Stormwall, the vacant layer of Etterfang remains vastly unexplored. Okay. We'll try it. See how it goes. Is it expensive to get a house? I would say it seems expensive at first, but really it's not. It's like 1 gold for the regular house and then 7 gold for the deluxe. And I was able to afford it pretty early on. So at first it seems like you're not going to have any money, but then you know how MMOs are. Then you realize it's not as hard as you thought it was. Yeah. Survey spot. They have premium housing for Mithril coins or housing writs as well. Yeah, and you can get I have the deluxe house. It was 7 gold. But the regular house is only like 1 something. So, pretty doable. Oh, and before I do all of these, I need to go over to, this is another thing we were talking about. With the VIP, you also get perks in your wallet. And so you can go to perks and you get a couple of these every so often. Accelerated experience. So I use my destiny points. So the next time I can use it is in 18 hours. And it's just a little daily boost. I'm curious as well. I kind of assumed you were on Crick Hollow, but I don't know that. I don't think I actually asked, which I normally do. Okay. Because that does depend. And you can actually make characters on, I think, all of the servers, if I'm not mistaken. Can I jump? Jump? Nope. Gotta go the other way. But it does depend on who you can play with. So playing with friends and whatnot, you have to make sure you're on the same server. I don't know. I don't know if I don't know. You know me. You know all the people in my chat. Oop, there's one survey spot. Yeah, I have a level 20 that after my rune keeper, I will be leveling as well. And it's a minstrel. So that should be interesting. I also have a lore master. And I'm debating on which one. Sometimes I think I'm going to level my minstrel up first. But every once in a while I think maybe I might level my lore master instead. We'll see when that time comes. Absolutely. You could try it out and see. Well, for everyone that you level to, remember this. So even though you're free to play right now, you can still do 2 on, I think, every server, if I'm not mistaken. And every time you do that, everyone you level up and do the deeds on, you get lotro points for that. And that just makes things easy for you. Yeah, I don't know how long it's going to take for me to level this girl up, but once that's done, I'll be doing it again on one of my 2 other girls. Okay, survey spot 6, so this is 7. Where's the next one? Did I get these already? Must have. The invisible barrier. Can you enter your server's name? Oh, sure. It's in the title, but it's Crick Hollow. I always try to put in my stream name. That's okay. I have it there so people can know, and if not, you can always ask. Oh, I already got that one. Okay. So what's the next one? 7. Okay, there's one in this direction. I didn't go in the middle. I wonder if it's in the middle. Why can't I get up there if it's there? Phew. See, this is what happens when you don't pay attention. I didn't know which way I went first. I normally always go to the left first, and that way I get every wall. But sometimes I get distracted. And then I can't find the stinking places because of the barriers. There's over here. Nope, that's not it. There's one. Alright, let's see if I can remember how to get up there. Is it this way? Oh my goodness, I forget how to get up there. Oh, I'm inside a rock. I know there's a way to jump up there. No. Let's see. Ah, stairs work. And they're both right here. So I completely missed this little area. Excellent. At least it's easy. Yeah, in my opinion it is. It's, I don't know, you'll have to read the description of it. It's interesting. It's not exactly like a bard, but it's pretty stinking close, I would say. You must face it. Okay, let's face it. Oh, I can get it from here. Awesome. One more. Let's look around here because because apparently I missed this wall. So I see something. Oh, is that it? Nope, just a twinkly place. There it is. Because now I have a captain and a hunter on EU, so I was thinking of making 2 new ones on. There you go. Yeah, that's a good way to do it, and then you can try everything out. That would work. interest. Finish now. Flesh and stone. Yep, let's go. Yep. I always like when I aggro to a place that's freaking awesome. Check my morale. Okay. Defeat Gundabad siege trolls. Well, hello. Gundabad Black Arrow. Yeah, I would think that would be a good way to figure out exactly what your favorite character is. Especially if you read the descriptions and whatnot and you can't decide. Then you can have enough spaces to see the playstyle. Ooh, who is that? Siege Troll. He looks beefy. Hello. Two more. Oh, there's one. Troll. Let's go. And another one right here. Mission complete. A scout has arrived. This way. Let's go. Tournament. Engines, flesh and stone. Reclaiming the Veil Watch. Let's see. Plant banners as you reclaim. Alright. So in all the dirt mounds. New punks. Ooh. I think this is a new one for me. I'm not sure. I see the hobgoblins and all that, but I don't know. Dirtman. Oh, it's not a new one. It's just wishful thinking, huh? Oh, did I do this one? No, I did not. Look at that. Totally passed this one up. So that's 2. And I need 4. These guys are pretty beefy. 60,000. There's the mound. Got that one. I think there's one on an edge here somewhere. There's one. Get him. Say hello. That's 3. And 4. Sweet. All right, I'm gonna leave here. Yes. All right, turn this guy in. Finish. Okay. Oh, I get to turn this one in too. Finish. Excellent. And what? Another one? Sweet. Okay. You guys, I think I'm going to call it here. It's been a 7-hour stream so far. And I know I did 11 hours yesterday. But I'm getting a little bit tired of sitting. So I need to take a little break and stretch and all of that stuff. So I appreciate all the follows. Thanks you guys for hanging out with me. Thanks you guys that come in and stick with me. I really appreciate that. I know that you're there and I appreciate it 100%. I hope you guys are enjoying the content, and absolutely if there's info that I can give, I'm here to give it. So anyway, thank you guys so much, and I will be back. If you don't have the notification, please follow and get the notification so you can know when I go live. I usually go live between 4:30 and 5 in the mornings. That's in the US time. But it will tell you if I'm ever late or early, because sometimes I am both. Anyway, take care, you guys, and peace out. Have a great day.